Good evening. This is Jupiter Exile, and tonight we're playing Sunless Skies. For those who are keeping up on stream, you haven't missed anything. I had to jump up the episode number. I found that I was incorrect about it. I had double counted an episode. Let's see. Do I have it right now? No, it's supposed to be 11. Well, let me correct that just a moment. This is session 11. Right. And our first order of business tonight is to get vengeance against that pesky vagabond. Right. We can't prepare for his right just yet. We're missing things. I'll export some Apollonian cinders. Now, where did we leave off? There was a bit. The researcher will still accept samples. Yes, in the export business. Where was the other plotline about that? This is the last thing we did last night. It was getting a bit late. Ah, okay. Go up to Port Prosper to deliver his research. So that's something we can do. I need to make it to Port Avon, for one. I'm going to go to New Winchester first. We've got a lot of various things that just need to be cleaned up. We might progress with the Rat Brigade while we're here, but we're a bit behind on them. Other matters will require us to go to Albion, progress, such as with the Princess. And I don't think I've switched in my drill yet. I haven't. So we're going to miss a lot of opportunities on Bronzewood while we're around. I had just gotten up from a nap shortly prior to this. It's a fine trajectory. Come on, drinking coffee, you can live. We've got Tacades in power by a mile. Which does give us fewer ministry monitors to shoot at. Let's see, we don't need repairs. Explosive for Lustrum, hours for Lead Beater. We can take both of those. I think I had other business for Lustrum as well. Yes, Bombazine for Lustrum, and explosives for Lustrum. 12 in total. So that should probably be our immediate heading. They need 7 rolls and 5 munitions. We will move on to other things shortly. If I equip the Proserpina, with the 26 hold, quite nice. Let's see, I don't think there's any other adjustments I need to make here. No, nothing for that. There is something I want to do. I'm going to attempt clay singing several times over. You think you might be getting somewhere. Ah, now I can continue it. You are getting there. The familiar ritual, the locking of the door, the gargling of the nectar. You assume your usual position, discovered over hours of exhausted performance, hunkered low, compact, and growlsome. You perform your warm-up exercises across the 17 notes of the clay octave before launching into the Lament for Polythreme. It sounds rather good. Next, the breaking of the 100th heart. If anything, it's better. You run through your entire repertoire and then backwards to be sure. There can be no doubt. Your practice has paid off. Perhaps you should perform it for the clay conductor. You surprise him during the hour when he's supposed to open his bunk for the crew to come to him with any concerns. They never do. The conductor puts aside a sheet of music to salute you. Captain. You launch into song without further ado. Your voice is rough, but it's a more than passable attempt. You capture the echoes of deep forgotten caves as you try to follow the rhythms of an avalanche. When you finish, there's a silence. Eventually, the clay conductor speaks. Thank you. I appreciate the effort, but you are not clay. Even so, his attitude to you has thawed a little. Later, when you pass him in the galley, he even attempts painful conversation. You've performed for the clay conductor, who is not particularly impressed. Seems that's the end of that. Well, we tried. And the things we gave up in the course of trying were a lot of chorister nectar, which we have a lot more of. So, no matter. Let's see. That's a capable amount of those things, so I suppose we're on to Lustrum then. The assaying slot is not particularly important while we're around here. If we had a need for more hold space than this, maybe we do have a need for more hold space than this. There are merits. If my crew in Lustrum has pulled up more hours, I'll want hold space. I don't think I have better than a wit and vinegar winch pulley. I think it's the best in offer here. Yes, so let's equip that over the speciometer. There we go. And we'll bank the assaying device. So that is us with a hold size of 34. All the riches of the Reach are ours to gather up and carry on one ship. Even more hilarious to think, you could just pile on winch and pulley systems if you wanted. I could have an extra 8 hold space with that. But there gets to be a point where your ship's not going to go very fast. You're going to burn through a lot of fuel to move all that stuff. Or you're just going to carry that much more fuel, and you can do that too. I am far from wanting to study how to most efficiently pack the ship. So there are various commodities that have what I would refer to as a decaying event. There's an event that occurs in your ship that risks you losing some of these things. There is a decaying event for hours and for... Oh, of course, I find ruins to assay on my way out just after putting away my speciometer. What was it to say? So there are decay events for hours and for verdant seeds, where something can go wrong and you can lose a few of them. I'm not carrying contraband anymore, so they're not implicitly against me anymore. So now I can make choices about when I feel like fighting. Good. But I haven't seen any decaying events yet for Navaratine gemstones or bombazine, which is good. They're quite valuable. I'd rather not have valuable things decay out. Oop. Excuse me, sir. That's very close. Well, several of those shots just went wide. Thankfully, the spinster's being very patient. There we go. Didn't fire a shot. It was weird. Why not? Is there some attribute on the character that affects enemy aggression? I would not be surprised to learn that were the case. It's a lot of weird stuff. That is a random spawn that actually seems to have overlapped and clipped into... Oh my goodness. What is this mess? The game is taunting me. It's gotten very weird about it. Like, put away your speciometer, will you? I'll show you. Never seen that kind of density of assaying points in the Reach. Putting in at Lustrum. The mountain sings. I have a few charred nameplates. I'll just get sovereigns out of them. I don't have a firm need for the other things. Higher reputation. I think if my reputation drops to a certain degree with the stovepipe ships, they'll become aggressive. That tea you brought to Aklis, it was meant to have information hidden in it for us to trade with visitors. It didn't. Mr. Murgatroyd can't know that. Help the mistress out. 7 rolls of bombazine to her sister in Lustrum, packet full of any old secrets you might know. So, 7 rolls of bombazine, and a cryptic benefactor on top. Also, here are your explosives. Bargain Chorister Nectar's not even very worthwhile. I can't get rid of Chorister Nectar fast enough. It's a slight gain just to sell it. How is our claim going? We can collect a haul. Nothing much to report. Okay, we had a routine extraction. Not very many. Oh, claim is run dry. An additional 5 barrels of ours. And if I don't have space from everyone, I can collect them later from the Hanged Man. Yeah, so. Okay. So, there's something I wanted to take notes about. Finding a geode in the shape of a lion. Currently marked great fortune. Talks of chipping away in silence so as not to startle the hours. How cold the geodes are. As difficult as it is to work, thick ice under the snow. Is evidence of a good claim. All right. Gossip about the mountain. Geodes are cold. Yeah, no mud. That one was easy to remember. trees, not too tall. Young trees, but not a lot of them. Plot against the Windward Company. Oh, that's new. Recent troubles. Windwards, so on and so forth. Night hunters. Okay, that doesn't tell me much. What is this? Prospectors still see you as a newcomer, but you've proven your mining chops. Their numbers are too few to reject you. They let you into their war room at the back of the Hanged Man. Something they say must be done. Asked what? They frown. Something big, they declare. It appears this is as far as their resentment has gotten them. I'm going to suggest diplomatic action. The plotters consider this. It is worth a try. You spend the evening writing down a polite but firm list of grievances, which is entrusted into the care of a young prospector's apprentice. An hour later, he is chased back to Lustrum by two very large, angry dogs. From this, you deduce the answer is no. Well, that won't do at all. The back room of the pub is silent while you work. It isn't long before you've assembled the bomb. All that remains is to slip it into one of the barrels heading for the Windward's factory's mighty furnace. When it comes, the explosion is glorious, a slow-motion flowering of flame that lasts most of the day. Nobody is hurt. Even the closest have plenty of time to evacuate. Damage to the inside of the factory, however, is nigh incalculable. This facility will not be processing any more hours for the foreseeable future. 3 barrels of unseasoned hours. Thank you very much. Back out to the street. Port. Simple. The claim fields. Yes, my claim is silent. I know. I want a new one. Do I need to pull my crew back before I can get a new claim in? I'll retrieve some of them then. Well, I could put them all back to work immediately if you just let me go out and prospect a new claim. I suppose I can't for some reason. I forgot to bring her things, but I think I don't have. I think I still don't have stained glass. Well, let's keep that all in mind. As is, we've got a truly dizzying number of hours on hand. We could pivot these directly to the nature reserve, but we need to come back to the nature reserve anyway after we've gotten a vision of the heavens. I also would like to remember what I need at the grave of the Silent Saint. So, we're going to go to the grave of the Silent Saint, perhaps followed by Port Avon, because we've got so much hold space we don't actually need to return to New Winchester anytime soon. Oh look, hours. The one downside of siding with the Tacketies is that these hour mining claims become rarer spawns. The Tacketies mine them all up. But it doesn't decrease the rate of hive spawns or of bronzewood. And that stuff is more profitable than ours anyway. The thing that's profitable about ours is that you can get them in bulk. An absurd amount. Absolutely ridiculous. We may have a run-in with the Curator coming over this way. I haven't fought one since I got this new weapon. Or this new vessel. Oh, hello there. So, would you like to, commit to some aggression? Let's see how this works for you. You seem a little bloodied. My, that didn't go very well for you at all. What treasures do you carry? The Curator's wings lift away easily. They are thin, translucent, and dull. Beneath them, the creature's torso is marred with a brand. It is a sigil, partially obliterated by a wound from one of your weapons. Even damaged and incomplete, it aches to look upon. The Curator carries items using a tight net harness. There is a fleshy, leathery quality to the fine cords. 60 sovereigns and a condemned experiment. A maggot squirms free while you're cutting open the net. Beneath the Curator's motley collection is an unhealing wound. Blood and effluvia have encrusted its belongings. You need to wipe them down before they can be identified. There's a cast metal sword, the letter O. There is a sharpened quill, from no bird you've encountered. A pot of dust, which liquefies under pressure. Your engineer's hands will be stained for weeks. Pot of liquefying dust. How peculiar. Oh, and there are, like, multiple Curator nests over here. I want to take another look at this. The Silent Saint. You can breach the ice with a good drill, plunge the secrets of the Silent Saint. We're actually better at just using crew to break the ice. You need at least 10 people to get it done. You strike out into the ice. A crew of able miners beside you. Blades meet ice, torches melt snow, shovels break into frozen ground. The air cracks with the sound of breaking ice and a chorus of your crew's voices. As the snow whirls, you labor on, strike after strike. At last, just before a blizzard closes in, you've made a deep shaft into the packed ice. The descent is precarious. Flakes of ice trickle down the sides of the shaft, disturbed by our movement through the passage. You climb down, chest pressed against the packed ice. Periodically, you send up a flare to remind your waiting crew you're still alive, and then you can descend no further. You've reached the great gray shell of the Silent Saint. One is very close, the great lid closed as though sewn shut. The eye was once one of many. Empty sockets gape along the shell, each the size of a well. You press your face to the filmy surface, the pupil the color of a peacock's tail. Inside you see an image, a choir of many voices, a flower meant to grow large and perfect, debasing itself with stolen nectar. A horde of chorister bees approaches, maddened and entranced. A flower that seeks to become a hive, amalgamy, the seventh letter. The saint begins its tearing work. You see no more, the eye is dull, time to be away. It seems related mostly then to the Apoidian Gardens. A choir of many voices. The flower meant to grow large and perfect. We found that flower. Not much then. We went through a lot of trouble just to get a single vision of the heavens, but we needed one. I'm going to take Curator eggs. We're going to snag 2 of them and then be away to New Winchester. Curator eggs, I believe, are a dangerous commodity. I think something bad can happen while you're transporting them, and I wouldn't want that to happen. Although, after grabbing a couple, I am going to see if I can speak with the Chiropterous Hoarder about it. Let's just check on you. No mention of it. Nothing peculiar. Thought I might ask. I can sell these very quickly at New Winchester. They're just a direct conversion to cash, more or less. And I suppose I found my vision of the heavens, so we'll be off to Lee Bitters afterwards. My business in the Reach is largely regarding the Vagabond. Once that is done, I should probably quickly off to Albion. I suppose I missed that opportunity. Oops. Did I think I might have even had that in hold and forgotten to sell it. No, that's right. I picked up that opportunity in Eagle's Empyrean, which was very strange. I bumped into something. I'll fix it. The sale of that bombazine turned over a pretty tidy profit. We still need quite a bit more. I think I've got quite a lot of materials to advance the relay as well, which is probably what I'm most keen on getting done. That'll help a future captain quite a lot. It'd be best to have that relay completed before I try to learn the truth. Even apart from the truth, there are other hidden ambitions, only one of which I'm aware of. The Martyr King's Cup, the Holy Grail. I also still have business to attend to at the Well of the Wolf for the abstemious devil, and for, generally learning their kind of odd devil dance. Do I have other notes about storyline pickups? If I get my Bohemia up to 4, there's a job at Warlebury for an artist. The journal won't record opportunities that you can't take. For that, there's pen and paper. So far, I've got up to my 6th session uploaded to YouTube. An eggmonger. And I believe it's in the 7th session where, spoiler alert, I die. The sign over the small stall at the far end of the platform is rife with mistakes. How is it possible to commit so many errors when writing the words, "I buy eggs"? The man behind the stall wears a crooked hat and a tattered coat. He is in possession of more twitches than teeth. "Care to sell some eggs, Captain? I buy 'em." He points to that sign proudly. "I'm selling all of them." 600 sovereigns. They're worth 300 apiece. A mercifully brief transaction. You place your eggs on the counter, only for the man to knock one of them off with his elbow. He catches it as it falls, demonstrating luck, not coordination. He then searches around under the stall, with the egg tucked precariously under his arm. Eventually, he gives up looking for a container to stow it and just places the eggs on the floor behind him. He will no doubt trip over one and shatter the lot. He digs in his pockets, pulling out handfuls of coin and depositing them on the counter. When he is finished, he gives you a nervous smile. The transaction is apparently concluded. I have not hatched any of the eggs yet. Huh. Both of the apps have double playback. That's peculiar. Is that the mobile apps aren't working quite right? Sorry to hear. 5 bronze would deport Avon. That's good money. We'll take up this opportunity. We'll make good on it later. I still need to carry 5 barrels of unseasoned hours. Now, the requirement for what I need to have in the hold for the ritual It just says go there and help him with his ritual. I acquire... It's a verdant seed is what we need, in addition to the vision of the heavens that I didn't have before. Right, so... Oh, peculiar. There are a lot of things along the way in Sunless Skies that are worth fast-forwarding through, and I haven't taken the time to speed up those sailing segments. On the recordings. That's actually something I need to learn how to do in my video editing software, how to take a section and speed it up. But I am very, very novice when it comes to that. The only thing I understand, I would say, is how to pull out a clip of something and string a series of those clips together. Which at least helped me hold on to the memorable bits. The pieces I've done the most work on are related to some of my gameplay from Bloodborne. I've cut together quite a few clips of that stuff. I still need to go back and make a clip reel out of my fights with the Orphan of Kos. I had gotten started a while back, but it is a lot of time. I think I spent something like 25 hours fighting the Orphan of Kos. So there's a lot. I think what I'll work on sooner than that is my recent run of Dark Souls 1 Remaster. I've got just 5 hours of that. Much more. Oh! Well, that showed up right in my face, and I actually kind of blew myself up. Took a good 30 damage. I need to not... That's the reason I have a right click. So as to not do that. Very explosive weaponry. I'm supposed to fire the get-off-me gun instead. It's a good pairing. Oh, I forgot to deliver Apollonian cinders while I was going about. Oops. I haven't seen this plotline with the phlegmatic researcher to its end. That could be fun. That'll require me to go up to Port Prosper. The vagabond's right. Let us strike out into the wilderness. You hike until you reach a ring of sharp stones. The vagabond builds a fire and spreads leaves over the flames. Its smoke is intoxicating. He presses a thimble of something oozing and red into your palm. It tastes sweetly foul. This is my first... What's it? This is my first... this is a new legacy. I had played about 20 or so hours before I started this legacy. And I had retired one captain under the Song of the Sky. But when I sat back down to this, I wanted to start with a fresh ship. So, new legacy, tossed that all out, and this is the 11th outing of that legacy. The second captain within that legacy as well. When you next look down, your arms are gnarled tree branches. They sprout glistening fruit. The vagabond plucks one and adds it to his mixture. You blink. The sky changes color. It smolders red. The vagabond has drawn symbols in the soil. How much time has passed? We're going to switch the cups. You try to stand, but you're rooted to the ground. You strain to speak, but your mouth is sealed by bark. You would claw your lips free, but your arms are twisted branches. The vagabond sets out 2 cups, one for you, one for him, and pours a seething mixture from the cauldron into both. He pauses, coughs, pushes his fingers into his mouth, and pulls from his throat the final ingredient, a calcified knobbly seed. When added to your cup, it hisses. The vagabond sits cross-legged, closes his eyes, and sings. The surrounding trees susurrate in harmony. Or I could pour both cups away and replace the contents. I'm going to switch them. The vagabond's song reaches a pitch you cannot hear. His eyes are closed in rapture. You creak forward on the cusp of toppling over and switch the cups around. The vagabond's eyes snap open. For a moment you fear the worst, but in one swift gulp he drinks from the cup you placed in front of him. You drink from the cup he had reserved for himself. With that, the ritual is concluded. The birds resume their song. When do they fall silent? The vagabond stands, begins grimly packing away his paraphernalia. He seems not to have noticed your ruse. Drop off some hours while I'm here. Bargain bronzewood. Yes, we always need more bronzewood. So then, are you ready to proceed to your eponymous well? Yes, I'm ready. Thank you for everything. This will make a fine story when it's over. I'm certain it will. Have you heard what they do to storytellers in Eleutheria? It's very fascinating. We're going to take a trip down to the well. All is well. All will be well. And all manner of things will be well. I wonder what Mr. Barleycorn would think if we were able to bring him a curator's egg. I think there are nests in Eleutheria. I don't know if there are any curator nests in London. Maybe there are. I might vaguely recall seeing one. Another stint through Tigalar's haunt. Oh, you hear a disturbance, and oh dear, it must be the dog again. The baritone percussion of his barking echoes through the locomotive. There's a pressing question to consider. Where is the noise coming from? I haven't seen the Aunt version of this. A wavering scream rises from the galley. Is the inadvisably big dog accosting Auntie? The galley is smothered in flour. Every wall, every surface, every object is covered with a fine layer of it, including your aunt, especially your aunt. White motes float lazily through the air while your aunt struggles to get a hold of the inadvisably big dog, who appears to be under the impression that they're playing a game. He is your responsibility, she hisses. Deal with him. I will lob balls of dough at the dog, catch him with his favorite game. You bounce lumps of raw sourdough off the dog until he takes notice and snags one of the balls from the air. You attach a leash to his collar when he trots over to spit his prize into your waiting palm, all under the irate scrutiny of your aunt. I've played Sunless Sea and a good bit of Fallen London. I played enough of Fallen London to become a person of somewhat importance, but I didn't continue beyond then. Person of some importance? I only remember that POSI is the acronym, because that's how everybody refers to it all the time. Oh. What an exciting little assembly. Seas, I played enough to retire retrieving my father's bones, but I didn't do any of the crazier ambitions. Scavenge for parts. Thank you for the bronze wood. And a bit of supply. Very nice, very nice. So, our last captain was killed by old Tom's little well-right. His little bit of trickery. Time to flip the script. Let's go to the well's edge. The well winds whip at your garments. The vagabond's beard and coat flap wildly as he strides toward his pale, gaunt sister. Greetings, brother, says the lank minister with unconcealed contempt. Sister, booms the vagabond with an exaggerated bow. Aren't you going to thank me? I brought your master another gift. What happened to Quivers? The minister's face is stone. She does not reply. The vagabond answers for her. Quivers went in the well, dear madame, he says with a twinkle in his eye, as did dozens before him. I made a pact, you see, with the bitter old thing that lingers here. It granted me riches. I pledged it my life. He smiles, delighted by his own cleverness. But I offered some sinister folk a lot of money, and they helped me ferret out a ritual that would create a scapegoat. Ever since, I've been paying my debt with the lives of the less interesting. Old Tom grips your shoulder and marches you to the well's edge. Fathomless darkness hungers below. The lank minister and her followers have dropped in supplication, their faces pressed into the coal-black ice. Here's another one, mutters old Tom, staring down intently. Their soul is bound to mine. You follow his gaze, and for a moment, you can see almost to the well's depths, a glisten of fetid gold, a cluster of pale, grasping trees. I switched the cups. The sound of leveling up when you switch to the next. You did what? The pipe falls from the vagabond's gaping mouth. He backs away, his face crumpling into a mask of terror. The winds begin to howl. The lank minister's smile is cruel and cold as the well itself. Your time has come, Tom, she says. Pay the well its due. At last, the vagabond has nothing to say. He stumbles through the snow, sobbing wordlessly. A screeching well wind plucks him up and sends him skidding. He clings to the well's edge. Fathomless darkness yawns below. The ice cracks. The winds gnaw. He plummets into the dark, leaving a cluster of frostbitten fingertips behind. It is done, the lank minister says, peering over the well's edge. The amiable vagabond is gone. Well, there's vengeance. The right of wrongs, that's the thing, but I've already got a well right. I think if you, what's it called? If I had, instead of switching the cups, if I had changed the drink, I think that would give me an option to forgive and rescue him. But he killed my last captain, so he's experienced now. I'd wager he'll be back on a subsequent run. Maybe he'll be gone forever, who knows? It's fine either way. I'm not bothered. If he comes back on a later captain, I could perhaps improve him by rescuing him. Let's see, what are we getting about to? Doesn't matter much what we pick at this point. We're quite advanced. Ah, that's I suppose that's what a well should do to somebody. Correspondent, how are our mirrors? I could use more mirrors. We'll take the +5, +3, I think. Over here. Professional respect for rats. Well, good riddance with him. I've got plenty of other, I've got other signalers. Other very good signalers. We go around the top here. A lot of them are. I mean, I completed the entire sequence for the fatalistic signalman, which is probably the kind of thing that the nature of which should be understood on the basis of him being the fatalistic signalman. I'm not certain if there was a non-fatalistic option for him. No, excuse me. That, I think, is not actually harvestable. I'm getting some weird spawns. Loot the hold. Faintly luminescent cage. I didn't see much in the way of options when I was carrying on with him. he had something he needed to do. And I was glad to see that done. I expect that the devil I have aboard now, if I had not made him defiant, then I think it would be possible to install him in the Blue Kingdom, and I expect he would remain there for the ongoing period of the legacy. It is terribly interesting to think of. Nobody coming to take me to a court for that. Very good. Oh, bit of clipping in the background there. I suppose, should I call it clipping or poppin'? It's poppin'. Now, I think actually, I might have an interesting time in Carillon. I think I've unlocked a new type of test for my soul. A moment to contemplate the statue. Quick report. So, in speaking to the presiding deviless, what are the traits that I'm missing? A penance of indulgence and inescapable truth. Right, so it's flickering to learn inescapable truth. And... Is it excess that I need? Do I need to have a stained soul? What's that? It's something that doesn't appear in the regular list. Penance indulgence. How is indulgence a penance? I have excess, and I've got deprivation. Do you need to get this penance somewhere else? Maybe it's something to do with, yeah. Maybe it's something to do with Caduceus. Anyhow. There were some peculiarities regarding my soul. Let's see. I am fermented and curdled. A fermented soul... A curdled soul, I think, is related to the shift of perspective. Let's just go ahead and fix that. And... let's see. The fermented soul... None of them relate to... So, the penance I need is a penance indulgence. It's not in the listing. Penance endurance, inescapable truth, excess, ordeal, shift of perspective, deprivation, and enlightenment. It's definitely not here. I think I either need to get some kind of soul quality that's hidden, or perhaps some kind of amalgamation of things. Maybe you can only get a penance for indulgence if you have all the bad qualities at once. Let's see, a fermented quality, I think deprivation can fix. I can get secrets and visions of the heavens in exchange for these fixes. And now I suppose we're fixed. Got a lot of penances built up. I've also already paid off most of the various issues that were occurring for other people. I suppose we're back to New Winchester then, unless we want to stop in Titania. I can't think of a reason to do so. Okay. I think then that our next endeavor regarding our soul, any further issues that occur with our soul, we just won't fix. We'll see if we can pile them up. It's either that or we need to encounter something particularly unique. Back to work, please. That might be a matter for a different captain. Okay. Honestly, this conflict of yours is in my way and I don't appreciate it. Let me get a hold of your secrets, please. I don't have many visions of the heavens. I can gather up more savage secrets, or get a cryptic benefactor. Looking at a cryptic benefactor. Whoa, don't you dare. You know what? You're in for it too now. I'll just take its plating. The skies are mine alone. Grab some hermits. I'm amassing a lot of those. They're very useful for turn-ins at the Office of Public Works, at the very least. Fuel, not bad. Let's see. I've got a little bit of business up in Port Prosper. I'll just get sovereigns both times, I think. The sovereigns are slightly more valuable than the supplies. Oh, I can get a partial on this, I guess. I think I should just go to Port Prosper and then up to Albion. Yes, I've got real business to do in Albion. And there are a few different storylines in Port Prosper to proceed. If I wanted to do something more, I could go to Port Prosper and then turn back all the way to the Phlegmatic Researcher. That seems a bother. Let's see. In Albion, I need to visit the Prince Consort at the Mausoleum on the behest of the Princess. There's a storyline to start at Warlebury Juxtamar. I need to return to the Well of the Wolf with my live Chorister Bee. And... what else? There is a plotline to begin in Warlebury Juxtamar regarding an artist. I might have said that twice. I think I did. Anywho. After I have completed... I think I want to complete things for the princess because I've moved her along quite a bit. And after that, I think I want to retire. Ah, the company's retreat. Yes. They have been more or less crushed, speaking frankly. I think we're full on repairs. We don't need more crew. Deliver some Apollonian cinders. Here you go. In the export business. Literature for Titania. We'll take that up just in case we want to do that later. We can drop the prospect of no repercussion. Put away a few things. We can retrieve things once we've gotten through to Port Prosper. Through to London, rather. Bronzewood to Port Avon. Let's make good on that before I leave. Right then, so I'm thinking a spin by Port Avon, turn in my port reports, a spin by Port Avon, I can go north from there. I think I'll go to Magdalene's and then Port Prosper to make sure that my terror is not too bad. I think I'll stock up on Savage Secrets. Port reports for you. Clean 500 sovereigns. Is there anything else interesting here? Not really. I'm gonna build up a lot of these. I have a very satisfying amount of otherworldly artifacts right now, so I'm not bothering with more of that. Very good. Right, Port Avon. Let's see. I've seen a few things about devils, but not complete knowledge. I know that devils kind of have a... I mean, a devil, the way we see them, is really kind of a skin suit for a peculiar kind of insect. You see as much when you visit the Baroness of Hell in London, in service of the plotline for the Repentant Devil. And you can also see when you reach the Well of the Wolf that they're kind of opening themselves and something inside, deep down the throat, is doing the singing. I don't suppose I understand if their nature is something referential. I don't quite understand the relationship between devils and chorister bees. Whether they're the same kind of creature and one is higher order, or whether they have some other sort of peculiar kinship. Quiet day, we'll get cheap fuel. Port report. I'm gonna build up a lot of welcome, because I should be able to really cleanly convert this into Visions of Heaven. It said now 10 or more. I think I can't actually get more than that at a time. So let me stop clicking. Oh, yeah, I should have turned that in later. Oops. It's fine. It's fine. We can do this a lot. What happens on a partial? Ah, we still get a terror drop on a partial. This is on the level of near exploitation, considering how valuable Visions of the Heaven are, and how little value there is to gossip. Because we can somewhat freely convert gossip to Visions of the Heavens. Now, this is on failure. This is on success and partial success. I think a failure on this causes terror, which would theoretically be our gate if our success rate was not 100%. Now, of course, to actually get something out of Visions of the Heavens, we generally have to go to Eleutheria, but in Eleutheria we can convert these up to all manner of interesting things. No longer welcome, back to the dock. Gossip, gossip, gossip. This is definitely one of those bits to fast forward through. There's 10. Back to the ruins. I believe you're burning 5 Visions of the Heavens per Griever on the action that gives you moments of inspiration by upconverting Visions of the Heavens. But you can get a lot of moments of inspiration that way. It's quite nice. I have a bit of a glut of them at the moment, actually. Looks like it just completed the upload of my 6th session on YouTube. I'm going to keep this going until my terror is down to nothing. No longer welcome in Port Avon. You know, that's all fine with me. I've gotten tired of clicking on this stuff anyhow. If you'll excuse me, I'm off to Magdalene's. I think at Magdalene's I'll remove this nightmare, and then we're off to Port Prosper and Albion so that we're not just wasting time. I want to make sure I'm doing something. 6,000 sovereigns, 6,500 sovereigns. Now, our lovely retirement home is back here in the Reach. And I'm gonna need something like almost 1,500 sovereigns to retire. That being said, if I actually sold my vast excesses of certain commodities, munitions mostly, a little bit of souls, got, I think, 30 jumbles of souls, which is, I think by all accounts, is that as much as 3,000? No, a jumble of souls isn't the full 100 sovereigns at market. I don't remember. Anywho, if I sold all that stuff, well, a lot of that stuff, that's several thousand sovereigns, easily. I don't know if it's quite enough to furnish the retirement, but it's reasonably close. Well, scavenge. There we go. Have to linger for a moment. I'm going to be throwing a lot of that stuff into the relay. I'll be making my way out there with probably 20 bronzewood in the hold. Now, I don't know what the second step of the relay is going to require, though. The first step of the relay looks like it's very much bulk resources. I'd actually be pleased as punch if I can make my way through the second step of the relay with cryptic benefactors, or even a royal dispensation. Although if I can get a second royal dispensation, then I can retire with only 10,000 sovereigns. Currently, I have the resources to plan to retire by hosting a party for devils, which will require a little over 13,000 sovereigns. Keepsake market. I will get an otherworldly treasure, otherworldly artifact. It's a reasonable price. Go in for nightmare treatment. I will speak with our new friend. Still only costing 1 moment of inspiration for the reduction. Oh. That has gotten us a clear soul. We'll treasure these flaws. Always buying. It gets me up to about 20 sheafs of ministry-approved literature. I'm going to tour through this more dangerous section. I'm actually hoping to run into a guest. I haven't been going out of my way to hunt guests in quite a while. They are quite singularly dangerous. Well, that's very peculiar. It's like a little seam there. Doesn't look like the kind of seam you could actually get through. Certainly not pleasantly. We'll just keep due south of Brayley Rock. I don't want to get a ton of terror for clipping past this. Not that it's too troublesome. Oh, excuse me. Money. The Nature Reserve signal box. The best spot I have found for them, let me see, So the nature reserve signal box, like back over here, that doesn't seem too bad. I often find them over by Faith's Fall, sometimes one or two, and I found them in this area with some regularity. Some regularity, not a ton of regularity, I suppose. Boom. Doesn't seem like we've gotten any here, so I'm gonna move right along. Now, I had a narrow hope that something over here would be interesting. Just pull that apart to make up for my earlier little collision. I'll just can it. More hours for me. Yeah, we're quite close to having the guests necessary to build the guest's weapon. I've got 22 out of 25, and then you need to kill another guest afterwards to actually make the weapon. So depending on whether or not I got the prompt, I'd probably have to hunt maybe as many as 3 or 4. I'm not very lucky after all. One might say almost never lucky. It's a weird noise. I'm trying to kill the bull cantankery. If the rest of you get in my way... The Oathbreaker. An argument breaks out between two crewmen. One owes the other money but cannot repay it. Unfortunately, the debt was sworn on the name of the Burrower below, a roving god of the deep skies and keeper of compacts. The Burrower has a low opinion of Oathbreakers. The crew mutter darkly. They fear that this will bring them bad luck. Excuse me. Just a bit of itchy nose all the time. It's just a little bit bothersome. I'll pay this debt. The Burrower below is watching you. Get rid of you. I didn't get any of the more interesting options. We'll take otherworldly artifacts. Just one. Now, are the two of you still fighting out in front of Port Prosper? That's naughty. If you line up a shot on me, I swear. Oh, a partial on this. Lost a crew. Acrid smoke already chokes the locomotive's corridors. Your search party tears open lockers and cupboards as the fires close in. You locate fuel and supplies, but not everyone that ventured in those hellish corridors emerges again. Alright, you're nice, I'll let you go. You're a good kid. I wonder, how many crew have I lost in this, Captain? 26. That is an interesting trait I would like to see everybody's high score for on the Discord. I should check on that. Alright. Report. I'm going to deliver the pamphlets on the dangers of Apollonian cinders. What does this actually do? Your presence on the street corner, handing out pamphlets and haranguing the passers-by, is ignored, until, that is, an old man in a tailored waistcoat totters to your side.
"They speak the truth," he cries. "My daughter was a scout in the reserve. She can't stop singing. They've had her locked up. They refuse to research the cure or help in any way."
By the end of the hour, you've distributed all your pamphlets to the curious public. The old man presses a purse into your hand by way of thanks. Is the Researchers' Crusade and the Apollonian Cinders just both happening all the time with no further movement? Oh, that would be very predictably bleak. Let's Let's rely on our establishment to meet the inconvenient aunt's friend. I've done this before. Take a factory tour. Let's see. We'll admire the factory. Oh, that's funny. Well, you can still turn in a lot of things with him. I don't often have enough crockery on hand. Checking with the parsimonious chairman. I'll take sovereigns, thank you. Windward Company, gratitude up to 12. You have to deliver quite a lot of tackety nameplates for him to actually like you. Transport to settlers. We'll do this when we come back. The other company house. Fuel and supplies remain unchanged. Because I just had the one. Ha! I got almost nothing for it. It's because they're that desperate. You just get nothing at all. Oh, is the Mask of the Rose prologue? To Fall in London, even. I knew that it was further back. I just read the news that they had put it off towards 2023 to get in all the features, which I generally approve of. Any amount of stalling that somebody wants to do, it's better. Although I'm starting to get a little bitter about Silk Song. I'm not usually one for the visual novel format, but it's always so interesting with them. I really should partake. I mean, by and large, this game is a visual novel format. I should just go with it. Onward to Albion. Seems my hold has turned out quite a bit full of various valuables. Let's see. I've got a bit of business at the mausoleum. I'm not sure if I have enough Navarretine gemstones to make good on a prospect. There's very often a request for Navarretine gemstones, or Thirsty Bombazine, or both. I think first, let's check in at Brabazon just to, you know, get started. Oh, come on, move. Huh, it won't let you start your movement by going backwards there. Is there something I left behind? Alright, well, we may or may not do either of those things. It's fine. Quick stop in at the work world while we're here. I think Silk Song is probably the thing I'm looking forward to most in terms of upcoming games. Somebody had said that we may have like a playable alpha for Soulframe within the next year. That it's probably going to be longer. And I expect that you'll have to be somebody who's giving them money to be part of that alpha, which I have not done in a very long time. Nice. We are briefly without terror. Ooh, opportunity on caged catches. Yes, please. Children are no longer trekking between their school and Little Nice and Brabazon. The overseers look tired and wary. It's the workers, you see. We just can't keep them happy. The overseer sighs heavily. We can't change anything. We can't keep them happy. We can't do anything right. Just making themselves miserable and life harder for us. We don't want to make them work, but if they don't, it is possible to lower unrest in the back streets of Brabazon. Couple sky stories. I'll take the official shortcut. Why not? Quick port report. Thank you. Reduce their disgruntlement. Lower unrest with gossip. Workers are angry. Oh, well, this is, how many Tales of Terror do I actually have? Caged catches are valuable, and also, caged catches can be transferred to the next captain. Horrific and educational stories. They're unhappy, they realize this isn't fair, but they cannot yet see the opportunities for change. Or unrest with gossip. Half my time. Here, have a bit of literature, I have a lot. This is really burning my Tales of Terror. I'll hand off one caged catch. I'll bet. Why not? I've gained 10 sovereigns. Unrest is low. The overseers need to do little to control the workers. You're rapidly running out of time. Oh, I see. I can trade supplies for Tales of Terror. Almost out of time. A penny for your time. Back to the bit between. Ah, there we go. Children getting back to school. First the governor. Drink the overseers. Ah, Little Nice was built without a pub. Whether this was by design or an oversight by its planners is unclear. Establishing a pub was the first change made by the overseers after the revolution. Speak with the landlord. Not bad. Bit of gossip, a bit of tea. Why not? I wonder if I progress things with the new street line after the revolution, if that would work well. The work of the Committee for the Improvement of Working Conditions. Sure. Caddy of dried tea out for 2 ministry stamp permits. There's certainly a lot of... There's an economic flurry in Brabazon after the revolution. All sorts of transactions. Almost done with this coffee. I'll have to refuel sometime soonish. Actually, I had a late lunch, but I didn't have dinner before sitting down, so I don't think I can continue much past... What time is it now? I don't think I could go past 10 o'clock without stopping to eat. Oh, I know which one of these two I need to fire on. Take a moment to make sure the aim was right. Let me get panes of stained glass, thank you. You're not getting away. Oh, you didn't explode. Not immediately. Break the captain's cabin. Barrel of apples. Not bad. Alright, let's put in at Albion. So, we've got 2 major things to do. I think I'm going to go first to the mausoleum, unless there's a prospect that asks me to go to Warlebury Juxtamar. Then after that, I'll just turn right back around and go to Warlebury. If Pauper's coffins were up to the north. The affliction that turns people into glass for looking at the clockwork sun. I don't quite understand if that's somehow allegorical or what it's referencing, how it works. It doesn't seem like it's a flaw of the clockwork sun. It seems like when the clockwork sun is strong, it's likelier to happen. Gemstones, 5 casks for the mausoleum. I've only got 3, but if I'm going there anyway, I should offload what I've got. It's good money. So, let's see, we'll take this on. I don't think we'll be able to really make good on that. I hate going all the way out to Parliament, so I'm not going to bother with that particular option. Is there anything I wanted to get a hold of? I could pick up the Goneril. It's so largely the same. Just a slight bump, and I'm trying to save up sovereigns. I really can't justify it. Did I have business? What? Present a boulderized poem to storages. That's right, that's right. I was asked to do this. Well, not likely to succeed here. Ah, but we've done so anyhow. Mr. Storage takes the poem from you himself, leaving you to amuse yourself in the waiting room of his posh offices across from St. Dominic's. His secretary provides little amusement of her own, though she does share a few choice excerpts from the submissions pile. Some hours later, Mr. Storage returns, red-faced but smiling. I am entirely convinced that this is an innocent poem about a young gentleman encountering a thorny maiden amidst her bounty of weeping roses. I am delighted to publish this charming contribution to literature. I can return to him on Caduceus with the good news. Might be tricky. I'm going to hand over a few port reports to the bookkeeper. I've only got the one right now. Let's see. Gratitude needs to be up to 4 to start the New Street Line plot line. It's something I neglected the last time I was through here. All right. Yeah. Let's visit the mausoleum. Hopefully I don't need something else that I haven't gotten a hold of. I very likely do, but hopefully I don't. I was somewhat concerned that I might run into the wall there. Thankfully it didn't happen. I think it's fairly likely that a future captain will be a smuggler. Won't be so horribly deficient in veils. I'll have to determine what else to be horribly deficient in. Nothing feels good to be deficient in. I think it's obvious. Now that I have the Wrath of Heaven, I won't be playing any heart-deficient captain at all. That would be unforgivable. There's certainly a way of a lot of things becoming routine and mundane after you've been at it for a while. I'd certainly be open to other prospects of discussion were there any to be raised. What are people doing tomorrow? I wouldn't call myself good at idle conversation. I find myself feeling rather awkward and out of place when there isn't some kind of scheduled activity that has been agreed upon. I often don't enjoy sitting around and prattling. It's the moments between the conversations that get to me, the lull when you're waiting for somebody else to chirp up about something or offer a new topic. I seldom have new topics to get into. I'm a very settled sort. I know myself and I know my opinions. So it wouldn't occur to me to ask questions of people. No terror, port report. We need to inter our aunt. So, visiting the memorial to the prince consort. I'll call in a favor to help the princess get inside. A few words from your well-positioned friends to the direful chamberlain, and he arranges for your passage. It is no small thing. The guards clear the mausoleum of the general public, and then other guards clear the usual guards. These deaf, trusted elite don blindfolds, and each pull upon a chain around their neck, each revealing a silver key. The princess gathers the keys, examining the intricate filigree scenes they're decorated with. "Oh," she says, "this is of the day my parents met. They were so young then." She turns to the first door and chooses the appropriate key to open it. 7 doors follow, the designs of door and key alike, recapitulating the relationship between Queen and Prince Consort, from those early happy days to his tragic death. He lies in the center of the structure, mounted on a marble altar, caught in a beam of light, resting on velvet cushions. While the ravages of his illness are quite obvious, he's so well preserved, you could almost think him alive, at which point he coughs. The prince consort lives. It is not a life any would wish for, but it is life. I didn't see that one coming. Ah, that's true. I could head over to the Blue Kingdom. I don't plan to do that on this captain. I'm rather attached to the idea that this captain will retire alive. "Daddy," she says, rushing over, taking his unresponsive hand. "I just knew Mother wouldn't give you up to anyone, let alone death. I have such terrific news. I'm to be married," she says. The princess leaves a moment for him to gasp. He's unconscious, so fails to oblige. "It's a perfect match. You are aware of the Ur-Devil who was once the many-mouthed, whose children are the chorister bees? It's him. It's a trifle complicated, I'll admit. We plan to maintain separate residencies. He's trapped eternally down a well. I love him very much, almost as I love the status I'll achieve once we're wed. Do I have your permission?" A long pause is broken only by a parchment-dry cough as the prince consort stirs. The princess bounces, taking it as a yes. "Thank you, Daddy," she says. "Send my thoughts to Mother." She drops his hand and almost runs from the mausoleum. She's going to be married at the Well of the Wolf, then. Also, the many-mouthed is a devil. That's helpful to know. Affiliation Academy 4. I think I have I think I can just move officers around to get that. Establishment, Bohemia. Establishment. Academy. So then, can I just do like this, or... No? I have 1. Oh, I see. Yeah, we're very, very far away from that then. Yeah, and that's the only person I have on board. Oh no, I could get 2 from the Defiant Devil. But that is it. I can get up to 3 then. Curses. That's true. I do get the impression that devils behave in London. There are things in London, persons in London, that rival them. Oh, this is new. Oh no, it's not. Never mind. Oh well. An invitation. For a bargain. The Deathless. A new bargain may now sometimes be found at the mausoleum. Gained a vision of heaven. You have lost favor. New accomplishment. Dealing with the Deathless. Let's turn in the gemstones I have. And they've got a line on souls. Might as well. I suppose I still haven't spoken with, or attempted to speak with the Dismal Chamberlain here. But I know that I can't actually speak with him right now. He doesn't seem to be here. Alright. A quick chat with the princess, and I think she'll tell me to go to the Well of the Wolf. Part of you doesn't want to know more. It's an easy part to ignore. Not a devil, my devil, says the incognito princess proudly, rubbing her toes on the dead rug of her old self. The poetical suitor and the analytical suitor are trapped inside bird cages made of bird bones, wailing at the news. We must proceed to the Well of the Wolf, says the princess. It's not a wolf down there. My beloved awaits. Soon we will be together. Well, not strictly speaking together, that would be disastrous, but at least married. The princess takes your hand, looks you in the eyes. It has been such fun to go on an adventure with a friend, she says. You'll give me away, of course. It isn't a question. I'd be honored. I have been down to the bottom, where there's kind of a pulsing red thread of things, and there was an indication that I would be able to see more if I had certain traits that I haven't gotten. Metaphorical, interesting. Yes, I remember something about brilliant eyes in another requirement. It's one of those things that I intend to keep an eye out for when I'm eventually after the truth. This captain, I think, will not be around long enough to worry about it. But yes, it was one of those indirect references, a very, it's a bonus objective, so to speak. The harder things to accomplish in the Sunless setting aren't straightforward, and I do appreciate that quite a lot. Ah, that's fine. I'm very bad at keeping track of my commercial breaks. Yeah, I haven't found the Chamberlain, but I have descended the steps down to where he's expected to be. And I've seen the hint for what you need to do in order to actually find something more there. I haven't parsed the hint necessarily, and that was on another captain, so it's not in the journal for this captain, unless I were to interact with it more, but it's not a priority right now. I have noted that it is related to a hidden ambition. I wonder, and I do expect, if the ambition that it is related to is actually more difficult than accomplishing the truth. So I think in C's, I'm trying to remember what the most difficult ambition is that you can pick on character start. But then I know that the most difficult ambition in C's is actually go east. You can also, of course, found Estival. I think there's a retirement where you help the Pentecostal apes rise above the Z. I don't know if that's actually a retirement or if it's just something you can do. Bank a few souls. Let's see, I'm headed to Warlebury. I don't have any prospects regarding Warlebury, but now is when we need to carry a lot of things for the sake of... I can hold so much. This is absurd. Gonna need a lot of fuel for this kind of haul. I'm gonna carry a lot of things out to the relay that's being built. Ah, I see. It unlocks the ambition. So then afterwards, after you've done that, can you see the ambition that is, you can see the ambition when you start a character? Or is it just the kind of thing that you need to find on a captain and then proceed with on that captain? From what I had seen of the hints, I would be surprised if you can find him without going to the Blue Kingdom first. It's a special ending to help them finish the Zeppelin and then steal the Zeppelin. Yeah, I never got around to that. Ah, that's right, that's right. You can open the Avid Horizon. I have opened the Avid Horizon with the Merchant Venture, I think, but I didn't go through with him. Because it's kind of very heavily indicated that it's not a good idea. Actually, wait. Maybe I did go through with him on a captain. I think I did. I think I had done that. It was very satisfying to collect conclusions and seas. Let's see, I think I'll go up to Dusking's Deep, and then I'll go to the Well of the Wolf. Ah, okay, so it'll be in the ambition menu if I get things sorted a little bit with the Chamberlain. Oh, I wasn't aware of that. Oh, excuse me. A little short of a direct hit. One more direct hit and it'll die. Ah, clip me with that. Ah. Gotcha. Bit of damage, not too bad. Oh, communion with Scornfluke. The options available will change. Soothe the Scornfluke. Reach through its spines to touch its flesh. Croon assurances to it. You may be a while. You'd best take supplies. You perch precariously on the edge of the vast eye. The fluke quakes. Its flesh ruptures, releasing spurts of caustic vapors. This close, your sky suit cannot entirely protect you. When you finish coughing, the dizziness is overwhelming. You can smell the fluke's dying wishes, are ravaged by its regrets. The search it leaves incomplete. Its fear that the search is impossible and will never end. The jagged, excruciating recollections of being outcast, and the certainty that only the outcast have a chance of success. Eventually, an engineer works their way from your engine to help you back. Once you're through the external hatch, a stoker wordlessly passes you a cup of tea. I don't know much about flukes. I fought a few of them back in Seas, but not the scariest ones. I didn't really get into the submariner content. Honestly, the top of the sea, the top of the Z, was terrifying enough for me. It made an offering, you can go underwater. Somebody else can. No thank you. I don't really want to sell when I have that few uncanny specimens. We'll just join the song. An unlikely amount of tea. I don't actually need anything here. I'm just going to slightly polish up and continue on. I suppose I could have written a port report, but I'll have another chance. Interesting, interesting. I may, at some point, turn back. I don't think I would stream if I did, because there's a lot of time involved just in getting started on Submariner. I'm also not certain where my progress was left off in C. I think I still have a number of ambitions and things polished off, so I should be able to make capable captains. Oh, hello, Mr. Lurker. I'm starting to wonder if I shouldn't just roll up to that thing and try to talk to it. Just seems to cause a bit of terror from time to time. It's not its fault that it's spooky. Bronzewood. Nyeh. You've completed this phase of construction. What is next? The first phase is complete. A crumbling ruin resolves from the mist. Crooked arches throb with sigils, amber moss crawls across the stones like spilled honey. The insistent surveyor's team is hard at work clearing rubble, prizing sigil stones from the great arch and assembling the framework for the new relay station. I have come to the opinion that the writing in this game, and I think some of the others, is a bit too eager to use a simile with honey. There are so many things that are compared to honey, it's quite ridiculous. A transit route needs a relay at either end. Without both, the journey is lengthy, distressing, and treacherous. Imagine an old earthbound train traveling without any rails. So we need to begin work on the relay at the Eleutherian end. Unfortunately, we don't know where the route emerges. We'll have to make the journey through the relay regardless and see where we end up. A work team will accompany us. I'll remain with them at the other end to begin construction. She takes a deep breath. It'll need a locomotive capable of weathering the journey, room for workers, and supplies to last the voyage. Are you up to it, Captain? Oh, at least 75 hull, 12 quarters, and at least 6 supplies to make the journey. It will not be safe. We will have to do that later, and I'm going to try it, I think, with the Agravane. So we'll swap around back in London in a moment, after we've handled this business at the Well of the Wolf. Ooh, nice. Direct hit. Bit of scavenging. Oh, that didn't even top off my hull. So, consequentially, and in a very peculiar state, I would do better if I had... I would have a better chance if I went to Eleutheria to buy the better hull components. Now, I'm assuming that while I have it at this first stage of repair, I could leave it that way until another captain comes by to try the daring stuff. If anybody could verify for me whether or not progress on that relay is perfectly preserved from legacy to from captain to captain. Oh, you can manually trigger them. Like that. You just click again. You can only have one projectile live at a time for that reason. Let's just be fully healed, thank you. This is an odd shape. I'm gonna wait and see if that cantankery comes to me. I'm not really of the mind to be hunting it down. Oh. Look at you there. Oh, whiff. Ah. I still haven't successfully gotten a heart. What is this? Oh, barrel of unsealed... Wait. Oh. Cracking it open, you find a cluster of gritty hours inside, the preserved moments of an old bitterness upon which a common cantankery dwelled, bloating into a bull as it accreted new layers of plating and spite like a pearl around a grain of sand, or a gallstone around its first fleck of crystal. Huh. Peculiar. The heart of a cantankery contains ours. At least if it's a bull cantankery, a built-up enough cantankery. Makes me wonder then if the Mother of Mountains has something similar in nature to cantankery. Okay. Let's back up a little bit into the Well of the Wolf. There we go. The interact point for the Well of the Wolf is always very obnoxious. Attend the happy occasion. Will you be a model guest or will you interfere? First of all, I'm going to give the abstemious devil her bee. The bee is the size of a large terrier. It crawls happily into her arms. The abstemious devil strokes its thorax fondly. Then her jaw unhinges, wide as a dustbin. The bee's wings hum in anticipation. She stoops towards it. At the last moment, she realizes you are watching and decorously turns her back. There are sounds of ingestion. The bee's song is audible throughout, although it grows muffled. When she has finished, the devil bows to you. Her throat still writhes as the bee gets comfortable. Then she turns towards her new cave, singing in buzzing plainsong. Huh. The abstemious devil has joined the choir congregation at the Well of the Wolf. So devils aren't bees, they're hives. Sort of. They're symbiotic, I would have to assume. Right, let's begin the ceremony. A memorable wedding. An audience of silent devils and singing bees watch the incognito princess approach the edge of the well. She says her vows with a feverish delight. I have learned of those who would prevent change and how to thwart them. I have learned of sorrow, and I will have sorrow no more. I have found the remains of my old self and destroyed it to make way for the new. And most of all, I have the most fantastic ring. She leans over the well further. I will be your queen, she screams. Will you be my king? A distant and incomprehensible bellow bursts from below. The princess takes it as a yes and glances at you meaningfully. I will pass her the ring. It'd be rude to do otherwise, and potentially fatal. She slides the ring onto her finger and says, I do. Then the princess slowly ceases to be. Her transfiguration into the Queen of Bees would be the sort of thing you'd recount grandly to your peers' applause and wonderment, if only you could speak of it without shrieking. If you persisted with the foolhardy attempt, it's possible that during your gasping sobs, you may manage to share some of the awful details. It is unlikely anyone listening would thank you. The clearest moment in the kaleidoscope of memories is your own response to the impossibilities before you. What did you do? Let's see. I'm very proud of her, honestly, genuinely. I will be exalted in her triumph. You go, girl. When the world turned to horror, what could you do but cheer it on? She was a monster, becoming. But she was your monster, becoming. As you collapsed, even as you lost her forever, you were closer to understanding her irresistible drive. When you recovered, the once princess, now queen, was gone, and only her empty skin remained. It followed you to... Ha! It followed you to your locomotive, beaming, ready to serve. You have acquired the shed skin of the incognito princess. How very terribly interesting. Let's see. This does make me start to think that playing more than one lineage is not a bad idea. You could see so many other things. We had the option, of course, to trap the princess earlier, though that would be almost certainly a bad idea. The captivating princess is quite the character. Quite the character. So, is this... Yep, the shed skin of the incognito princess is an officer. It slithers around the locomotive, scaring the crew. It doesn't appear to give us any particular effects or benefits. Isn't that something? I had to let her go, though. I had to. All right. So we've seen that to its end. I'm going to go back to Albion proper and or London proper, not Albion. I'm in Albion. If I swap my ship back over to the Agravain and equip some additional plating, I might be able to try after this whole kerfuffle. And that would put us in Eleutheria, which is not an entirely uncomfortable place for me to linger, all said and done. It's fine. I am presuming that we will take 75 hull damage in the transition. I think that's just a regular kind of assumption when you're asked to have 75 hull before doing something. The princess's shed skin, my goodness. I do wonder if I had flung the ring into the well, I think she would have pushed me in. She might have shrugged it off. She's a peculiar kind of character, but she's not somebody to be trifled with. Oh, excuse me. You're gonna crash right into me, aren't you? Lovely. Sometimes they really want to do it. I often have difficulty adjusting my understanding of how my strafe will work if I'm moving southwards. So that's half on me. This bronzewood is heavy. We're burning fuel very quickly. I would be willing to take a Nightmare's conversion. If I actually pass through the relay, I think I'm going to get a giant chunk of terror. Discontent. There we go. Let's see. Oh, I haven't checked in with my aunt. What's the next leg in her, mission? She needs to go to Pan for a meeting with February. We knew that much from last time around. That is fine. Okay, now that I'm here, we should appoint somebody else to be our first officer. I think I'll go with the Clay Conductor. Crown and Misery yards. We'll swap out to the Agravain, named Plucky. Let's do some banking. Let's see. I don't need this winch and pulley to be installed right now. I'd rather carry the Proserpina. Proserpina? Proserpina? I'm not sure which, actually. Let's see. We've got the Rossetti cabins installed. Is there a better shielding available here? No. Still just bronzewood until you get to Eleutheria. So I'll just withdraw my bronzewood shielding I don't think there's a better shielding component that I can get out of the royal place with their experiments. I forget. I think there is a bridge slot that gives some extra hull. Or a utility. They do have some weird stuff. I haven't entirely examined their options. Alright, let's see. Apart from that, I think it's clear. We're going to need an immense amount of fuel and supplies. I should stop in at the Steam and Sapphire yards for complete repairs. And make just a little bit more turn in. Gratitude at 4. I can talk to him about the New Street line. Fierce philanthropist. Become a confidant. And I believe with that, I head on to smuggle a passenger. From Avid Horizon to Lustrum. Okay. That is going to be a very low priority task. For now, for this cap. I'm certain there's a lot of work to be done to see that entire plot line. Okay. Time to do inadvisable things. So we come about to 6,000 sovereigns. Shame it might be to lose a lot of things. A lot of them. By virtue of the goal of wealth, we would need to give over about 20... If we die, we would need to leave an inheritance of about 20,000 sovereigns in order for our successor captain to instantly complete wealth. I'm really not keen on failing wealth twice. But we're about to do something very risky, so it could happen. Let's see what happens. I just need to make it to Pan. I can get full repairs through Winter's Respite. Even though they don't like me. Having completed the mission for the Incognito Princess... Well, actually... The Princess's cabin remains a macabre memorial for her departed majesty. The poetical suitor and the analytical suitor, now freed from their cages, look with devotion at the skin that's slinking behind you. It would be an honor beyond all imagining to wear the skin of the divine princess, says the poetical suitor. No, argues the analytical suitor, I am the only choice. You must pick me, they say simultaneously, frenzied with need. Huh. Okay. Boemer Academy. Both of them are mirrors related. I will go with the analytical suitor. Whatever reward is earned by destroying the skin is probably not worth it. Despite the wailing of the poetical suitor, you choose the analytical one. She takes the skin, and the membrane moves to enclose her entire body, moving like a boa constrictor, tightening. There is a creaking of bone, and a sound almost like a pestle and mortar grinding flesh. Despite this, it's hard to be sure whether the suitor's smile is a grimace or a grin. In moments, it is done, and the exact image of the princess stands there, exact, bar a single detail. Instead of the most wondrous pair of eyes you had ever seen, out of the jagged holes in her face stare the panicked, delighted eyes of the suitor. The poetical suitor is bereft, withdrawing entirely from all contact. He leaves the locomotive at the next port without saying a word, clearly believing he has no future. When the analytical princess is informed of the news, they don't care. They care for little now, bar serving and smiling. You have acquired the analytical princess. Well, I'm glad I thought to talk with the skin. That might have escaped my notice. And that would have been tragic indeed. If I had neglected to talk with the skin, I imagine it would have reset the plotline on the next captain. Or else, I would find the shed skin somewhere. I think it would probably just reset the plotline. Which would be very confusing. Well, that does actually give me some affiliations to work with. If I actually equip it as an officer. Which I will do very shortly. Plus 10 mirrors is also dandy. Although any given upgraded officer is actually just a plus 2 of raw stats over its previous form. It's going fairly well. I have assisted the captivating princess in becoming the queen of bees. Her shed skin was then passed on to one of her suitors, who became the analytical princess, a talented engineer who chose to don the immortal shed skin of the incognito princess. So that happened. Apart from that, we've made a lot of money. Oh. I won't be leaving this behind. I'll have to take this to the lighthouse for caging. A lot of the time when fishing in these spots, I've just found, not caged catches directly, but I found immaculate souls and a few other things. You know, I haven't thought about this. Tea for the keepers of St. Anthony's. Let me write that down. I don't recall if that displays in the journal, but it's the kind of thing I wouldn't think about. Here, an unidentifiable squirming. Thank you. The lugubrious keeper grunts with recognition when he sees your cage squirming. His whiskers twitch as he wets his lips. He pulls open the cage and hauls up a loop of the squirming to his mouth and bites down hard. Blood, the color of cheap inks, runs down his chops. He grunts again, this time in satisfaction. Begging your pardon, he disappears up the stairs leading into the tower. Some minutes later, he returns, carrying the supine squirming. It is dry as a bone, as though drained. I don't have a good understanding of St. Anthony's Lighthouse. I don't know why St. Anthony's Lighthouse is considered a horror. I think there are plots, there are happenings that I am unaware of. I'll have to remedy that someday. Oh, our good friend the Lurker's popping up. Do you have an interaction point, perchance? I don't know. I haven't kept that thing on screen for very long before. It seems as though it sinks back below the clouds with very little delay. Come on, nestle in there. There we go. It's tremendously hard to get to these docks. Transport your surveyor and her staff through the unfinished relay. Oh, it's going to eat 6 supplies. I should have carried more supplies. I'm going to fix that. Showing up in Eleutheria with only 1 supply is more dangerous than the other things that are actually going to happen. I will not be undercrewed because I haven't upgraded to the Goneril. If I was at a higher engine and I took that crew loss, I would turn up undercrewed. Ah, more things over here. There we go, Immaculate Souls. That's what I wanted. I don't know why it is we can fish up Immaculate Souls from this place. I should question that more. But, oh well. I just appreciate the fact that I've gotten accustomed to the fogs of Warlabury. It's charming how everything insidious slowly becomes mundane. This is what we want. Stockpiled. We need an absurd amount of things for this. I could go in and write a port report again, but whatever. Moving on. Okay, so if this is going to cost me 6 supply, 12 crew, and 75 hull, we are about in the case where, despite that damage, we should be able to make it to Pan. So long as it doesn't set me up right on top of some new enemy I haven't faced. There is an enemy type in Eleutheria that I've only dealt with from about a screen's length away. Honestly, it threw down too much nonsense, and I turned around. If I wind up in a bind facing something like that, this could spell the end. Also, I probably have to get to Eleutheria and then start building the relay on the other side. Ugh. But I'm fairly confident this entire endeavor is worthwhile. Travel to Eleutheria from the Reach sucks. Let's go. The surveyor spends a day checking your locomotive's plating and performing an inventory of your supplies, while you oversee your engineers as they double and triple check its systems. Eventually, there are no more checks to make, nor reason, save self-preservation, to delay. You buckle yourselves into your seats. The relay's hour looms thunder up to speed. Its arms fold over you. The correspondence wheels begin to spin. The sigils burn. The surveyor meets your eye. She opens her mouth to speak, and then your engine is flung, groaning across a tumultuous sky. It asked us to have 6 supply because it knew it would eat 5, and it doesn't want to burn you down to nothing. I'm glad it didn't eat a full 6. Now then, where the hell are we? Well, we're in Eleutheria. That's certainly the chirping sound that you get there. For weeks, you crossed the heavens in a tunnel that writhed like a dying rattlesnake. Mad winds scoured you. Poisoned starlight burned your eyes. Your hull is torn. Your crew and passengers harrowed. Your arrival is abrupt. You crash from a gloomy ruin. Your engine cylinder was badly cracked. To prevent your furnace overheating, the chief engineer had to douse its fires. Now your locomotive hangs, helpless in the sky. Already the cold is creeping in. How bad is it? Your chief engineer has barely begun rattling off what sounds like it is going to be an extensive list of problems when a shadow passes swiftly across the bridge. It's as if something had flitted between you and the stars. Is something out there? The sky's cold is already clawing its... Okay. Let's see. Just fix it. They've been working on the hull for a short time when the shadow returns. Arching wings occlude the stars. An impact rocks your locomotive. The engineer's screams are short and shrill. You hear the creature's claws puncturing the plating as it secures its grip and begins to claw across the hull. The thing crawling across your hull probes at an exterior hatch. The insistent surveyor swears as an eye the size of a dustbin lid presses against a window. The eye is yellow as old gold, sharp with avarice and glimmers with intellect. Your hull shrieks as the hooked claws tear a rent in it. A huge furred limb, razored with talons, gropes through the gap. I don't care for you. If you had arrived to speak with me, I would gladly trade. I'll fight you off. A fusillade of shots thunder in the confines of the corridor as the surveyor and her team fire volley after volley at the intruder. The great claw lashes out, a crewman screams and falls. The surveyor races forward, and you cover her with precise, furious shots as she seizes the casualty by the arms and drags them out of reach. The creature shrieks, a sound that cracks glass and causes screws to rotate from their sockets. Then, as abruptly as it arrives, it is gone. Listening to the departing beat of leathering wings, you allow everyone a minute's celebration, then another minute's rest. After that, you set them to work on the engine and hull. Who knows what else is out there? You are somewhere in Eleutheria. A day later, your locomotive is, if not repaired, at least functioning. The boiler thrums, the chimney steams, the sky's encroaching cold is driven back. The insistent surveyor and her team are ready to depart. They will be taking their equipment and supplies down to the ruins at the Sky Road's end to begin work on the second relay. You insist they take pistols and rifles with them, just in case. Thank you, madam. We'll continue the work at this end. We brought enough with us to assemble some makeshift sequencer wheels. They should stabilize the route enough to bring through anything else we'll need. Meanwhile, you'd better get back to Dusking's Deep. The second phase should be underway, and they'll need more materials. She shakes her hand, slings her pack over her shoulder, and leads her work crew down to the Grey Ruins. With a little luck, we'll meet again when our work is done. You need to make your own way back from Eleutheria. Got it. And then they'll be in the same circumstance. Let's see. Well, let's just go north to Pan from here. Bit of scouting. Oh, did you not find this? Well, mark it on map. You know what this is, right? Don't you? Is this nothing? Am I nothing? Are we here? Are we real? Alright, sure. If the game doesn't know what to make of that, fine. I'm just glad, honestly, that I can continue making contributions from Albion. And honestly, a lot of the damage and circumstances weren't that bad. Is that Grievers or something else? I don't know if I'm familiar with that particular kind of sound. Back to work. The Collywobbles. I haven't been out here at all. The music really is mounting, isn't it? Ah, very nice. Bit of odd hull repair is very useful out here. Ah, the Whisper Winds. Don't you worry about me. That'll work. think I would like to run a few opportunities here in... This was Tartaron, one of the two kings. I've been through here before, though. That's fine. I think I would like to run a few opportunities while I'm here in Eleutheria. Might as well, if I can sell a few things. I have the cash to buy a new ship part or to stock up on either bombazine or what's the other thing? Or gemstones, maybe both. Sometimes I can just get gemstones off of grievers, so hunting those is quite worthwhile when we find them. Coming up on Pan. I believe I have an opportunity for Eagle's Empyrean if I want to leave right away. Somebody wanted to visit Pan. Oh, right, my aunt. We can stop in with February, and this time I won't be poisoned. I forget what our aunt needed to do after Pan. I think it's the Blue Kingdom she needs to go to afterwards. The hour of leaving, we can easily replenish crew if we want. Help your aunt find February. Talk to February. The brandy is amber as the death of a son. Your aunt's eyes are on February. Yeah. London did approach us about building an unclear bomb. We had an enemy in common, the Masters of Old London. The Calendar Council helped make them an unclear bomb. We used it to blow up the sun. I will feign drinking. You raise the glass to your lips as if, and make as if to imbibe. Condensation from the glass drips onto your chin, and then you lower your brandy. Does this taste a little off to you? February asks, and then keels over. Your aunt pours the remainder of her brandy onto the floor. Dearie me, she's even more susceptible than I remembered. Very clever of you not to drink. Help me have a rummage through her papers, will you? You spend a frantic few minutes searching February until you discover a folio concealed in her left boot. Very good. Oh, wait, there was something different there. Do this. A couple things. More Eleutherian mysteries. I keep clicking the wrong thing. A theater in a secluded grove. They are rehearsing a play. Brothers and sisters, the old order faces its destruction. Let us cheer our revolution. This Solon Saleka. Who wrote this anyway? They're referring to the Silesian, I believe. Ah. Caged catches for Carolon. Very good. I think I'll need to dispense with something. We're not going to finish that, so that's fine. So, literature and tea for the Eagle's Empyrean. I think then that unless we want to go to Caduceus and try to unravel things there, we should just make good on that. So, let's deposit a few things. So, 5 ministry-approved literature. And 7 caddies of dried tea. Unlocked through our previous dealings. Ah, subversive albiophile book groups are spreading across the Eagle's Empyrean. Very nice. Well, that appears to be all we had the room for. I don't quite need this much fuel. I might pick up some more supply. Let's see. I should consider very carefully possibly picking up something here. I could get the Golganuza. It's notably stronger. But I think it's much more attractive to get the rose and adamant plating. We can only equip it because our irons are very high. And the interior support pillars are based on mirrors for some reason. They also use a utility slot. I am going to buy the rose and adamant plating. Because it's hilarious. We have so much hull. So much hull. So much power. Alright. There's not much to mine here in Eleutheria. So I'm going to take my winch and pulley back out. Give us some additional hold space. Now just you watch the game prove me wrong. Be like, there's not much to mine about here, and I proceed to run into something very distinctly mineable. That would be quite par for the course. But anyhow, we'll be getting out of here through the Eagle's Empyrean. Sell fuel and supplies. Let's see. I could go to Langley Hall or Caduceus, somewhere else. There are plots to advance here. I'm just somewhat less concerned with them compared to the prospects I can make good on to end out the captain. Although, there is one thing I want to see too. I believe that at the Gentleman, I can sell off certain resources that I have in excess of. I believe for retirement, I require no more than 2 of Crimson Oaths, no more than 3 of Cryptic Benefactors. So if I have an excess of those things, we're actually poised to start liquidating. Liquidating intangibles is a good idea when you're about to retire a captain because you can't take them with you. There are only a few locations to do so. I believe there's one in London, and there's a spot in Titania, and then there's here at the Gentleman. The Midnight Confessional. Yes, you can liquidate Tales of Terror, Savage Secrets, Unlicensed Charts. Actually need a few of those. I have 4 Crimson Promises. I'm going to unload 2 of them. 650 sovereigns apiece. I'm going to hold on to my Tales of Terror, and those, hold on to my charts. Just a good bit of a payoff. Now then, let's away to the Eagle's Empyrean. Once I've gotten back to the Reach, I'm going to take under consideration what I actually need to retire, and consider liquidating more things to try and get up to that point. Hello there. No, that's a bit of terror. That was a very poorly managed fight. But it's okay. The Eagle's Empyrean does have a repair yard. It's much better. Much better than the repair yards in Pan, generally speaking. Although the ones in Pan, I suppose they don't charge you beyond using the Eleutherian Mystery, but they'll only repair half your damage at any given time. Song seems unwelcome here in Karnus. Oh, something north? A crossroads, maybe. Ah, better. I did not equip my assaying gear. I didn't think about it. There are quite a few places out here in... There are quite a few places to assay out here in Eleutheria. but it just wasn't a priority. We'll be cutting across the belt at midnight. Quick stop in with a hermit. I will get another Crimson Promise. We'll pick up 20 Terror, unfortunately, setting us at 68% Terror. The Belt of Midnight, where lightning goes to die. There's so many patches of sky that are a certain way for a particular reason, and I don't understand why the Belt of Midnight is as it is. I believe it has something to do with the second storyteller of Eleutheria, and I've barely come to understand the first storyteller of Eleutheria. Is that a Dowser ship? That's a Dowser. That's very close to the Eagle's Empyrean for a Dowser ship. Oh, that reminds me. What does Auntie want to do? Let's go through February's papers. Privy Councilor's Tomb in the Most Serene Mausoleum is our next stop. Okay. I think I'm just getting up to the point where I may not have progressed further with my aunt. Her plotline's long. Rumors of mutiny. A pistol has vanished from the armory. Knives are disappearing. The signs of an insurrection. What will come will come. You do not punish your crew, or turn one against another. They know you know of their schemes, and you find your eerie calm unsettling. The mutinous incidents cease, for now. Have the mutineers changed their mind, or are they biding their time? Is there a pistol under a pillow, waiting for a chance to end you? Haven't seen that one before. Lane of Lions and Unicorns. Stop in for repairs. Full repair, thank you. I'll have my visa checked. I don't think I actually need to do that. I haven't been to these. Let's go to the Khan's Market. The Great Market fills the square below the Khan's Palace. The locomotive stations are on the other side of the city, so foreign merchants must travel through the splendid thoroughfares of the Empyrean to get there. I will walk on. Advantage of my connections. A junior Imperial diplomat was involved in an incident which would have been highly embarrassing were it not for the forgiving nature of London's embassy. Having averted a major diplomatic incident, the embassy suggested that gratitude could be expressed by a more friendly reception from the Eagle Khan's finest merchants. A meager request, London would offer the same were the Empyrean ever desirous to open an embassy there. The stall holders in the market are keenly aware of contemporary politics. The Khan's personal sommelier shows you her collection of Irag? I'm not sure how to pronounce that exactly. A toy maker for the Khan's children offers you mechanical moon lanterns. Your purchases are considered. After a while, a troop of very polite guards escort you out of the Empyrean to the port. You've seen enough for today, they say. I will provide them with some literature. And all this tea. That is quite the markup, thank you. Gaining a moment of inspiration. A scrap merchant is selling off plating from a wrecked locomotive. A plaque on one of the larger plates reads, Guinevere. Her lights fail, the scrap merchant explains. So she crashed. One of Eleutheria's little tricks. I'm always buying bronzewood. Always buying bronzewood. I could switch back to the Outrider, but I think I'm comfortable in the Agravain. More importantly, I don't want to keep swapping back and forth. It's obnoxious. Unfortunately, I can't use the bank while I'm in Eagle's Empyrean. Oh, actually, before I set out. Come on. It gets so cumbersome when you're in the larger ships. I had forgotten. When I come through, I really want to have a lot of fuel and supplies on board. It really sets you up in the middle of nowhere. All right, back to the Reach. I have some business in Titania. Not much going on, actually. Nothing to declare, nothing to hide, nothing to fear. Back to the engine, and we travel. So, let's see. I could make my way back to Albion and keep working on the transit relay there. Give over more Bronzewood. But if it's just a matter of Bronzewood, my next captain will have just as much. It just sits in the bank. It's not going to go away. So, I think my overall business is to make my way back to New Winchester and determine exactly what I need to retire. I might offload some intangible goods in Titania. I think I'll go back by way of Hybris so that I can make my way past Faith's Fall. Magdalene's is still a ways away. I was wondering if I might need to decrease my nightmares. It's not important, really. It's not urgent, for sure. If I wanted to descend into Faith's Fall on the behest of the Hierocra's Hoarder, that would cost me a good bit of Bronzewood. I feel like these colonized Cantankeree have become more successfully aggressive than they were before. They move towards me with more vigor. Render that edible. So I think I'm going to cruise by Faith's Fall just to see if we can get a hold of more guest bits. I would like to have that weapon. I'll put in a Hybris for a port report. Simple stuff. Shore leave. Join the crew for a bit of terror reduction. And a port report. Is there any way to ever rebuild Hybris, I wonder? Maybe some future captain will find a way. More souls. The crystalline. Ah, caddy of tea. Caddies of tea and crockery are not acquired for destroying or hunting any particular creature. So I tend to have less of those things. I don't generally buy materials that are not available on a bargain, because I have so many materials that I've gotten through bargains anyway. Oh. We've got the Piri Harlequin here, but scavenge. Enter through the shattered windscreens. Oh? I haven't seen this before. Do not shake, upend, or discommode. An otherworldly artifact. Not bad. Now, what are you? It survived. Oh, that's just an ordinary tackety. What a waste of my time. I'll destroy the fungus here. I suppose I didn't trigger the acquisition of new materials on behalf of the... Oh, whoops. That's actually an interaction with the Faith's Fall. No, no, come on. I'm trying to loot this... You know what? Forget about it. I was trying to loot this little bit of something that was dropped by the random marauder. Oh well. Quite disappointing. Still got a long ways out. This is where it would be good to have the Goneril. Yeah. Come to think of it, I could have gotten the Shivering Gemmy, or no, it's not the Shivering Gemmy. I could have gotten the next engine, the Tier 4, while I was in Pan. I have to be so concerned about stockpiling raw cash. My next captain will be much more eager about upgrades. Of course, I think my next captain, I'll be going to the Blue Kingdom. So we'll see what's on offer there. We should manage to have a sizable nest egg after the completion of the ambition of wealth, after all. I think I could probably complete the Song of the Sky in less than 5 hours gameplay with what I know. Most of that is just transit between places. Coming in as a formidably leveled captain, so it's mostly just a matter of waiting to recycle all the things that provide us with sky stories. And that's really the way of sky stories. They just add up. It is kind of funny that we've seen the Winchester War swing back and forth both ways. When this captain started, I think the Winchester War was 90 in favor of the stovepipes. Now it's 90 in favor of the tacketies. Maybe the next captain will pull it back the other way. Seems like we can blow up whatever we want. They don't have ships here that can oppose us. Not anymore. I think I'll need to be going to the Blue Kingdom to find real combat challenges. Except for whatever that singular thing is in Eleutheria. It seems altogether likely that the thing that could kill us, the actual threats, are more to do with peculiarities in the sky. I haven't tried exploring an extinguishment. So that might be something. I also haven't fixed a time weft, but it's a lot easier to do that if you're on high mirrors. My next captain will probably be either a very, very high Veils captain or a high mirrors captain. Although it will be secondary to hearts, yet again. Hearts is still my favorite stat to be very strong in. Speaking of things, though, you're in charge. Forgot to do that before. Okay, so what I need to complete wealth. So, a secret benefit for the New Street Line requires me to be the hero of the New Street Line. I have all the things I require. I only need 2 out of 8 Searing Enigmas for this. Infernal Splendor requires 13,666 sovereigns. A Raucous Shindig requires me to have a little bit more affiliation with Villainy, but I can just change somebody over to get that. Yeah, I can change over the Judicious Driver to the Rat Brigade and be fine with that. And that's 10,000 sovereigns for a Raucous Shindig. Crimson Promises, Captivating Treasures, Unlicensed Charts. Or a Costumed Masquerade fit to outshine the dreams of an Empress requires a second Royal Dispensation, which is singularly hard to get, as well as, once again, 10,000 sovereigns. Infernal Splendor, I think, is by and large my aim. Let's see. So, what this is clarifying is I have 6 spare Searing Enigmas. I don't usually think of Searing Enigmas as spare, but nonetheless. Let's see. Bronzewood for Port Prosper. Crates of munitions for Port Prosper. I can pick these up. I'm going to take these caged catches to Carillon and this ministry-approved literature to Titania. They're both nearby. Let's see. They need 7 caged catches. And 5 crates of literature. We'll pick up a bit more fuel. So this should be some pretty profitable stuff to do. When I'm in Titania, I may liquidate a few other things. So, checking again. If I'm looking to end on Infernal Splendor, I also have 5 spare Cryptic Benefactors. But this does not require any Captivating Treasures or Moments of Inspiration, so I could theoretically get rid of both of my Captivating Treasures. I can also sell various things that are just in the bank. Alright, let's go cause some havoc at Carillon on behalf of the Brazen Brigade. No, it's just turning around normally. Starting to wonder if that might be something more interesting, but it's not. We are going through fuel quite a bit faster now, because we're routinely carrying around more stuff and we're in a heavier ship. But so long as you know where you're going, it's not really problematic. You know, I suppose I'll retire with some crew permanently left behind at Lustrum. That's kind of hilarious. Please go away. Took some damage there, but I was not keen on being backed into a corner by those things. 2 supplies, bit of terror from eating creepy fungus. Yeah, for a more nimble ship, it's certainly less problematic to deal with those. We can get more fuel in Titania when we stop in there. Seeing as all this luggage floating around randomly insists on being supplies. Thank goodness we have an immense hold. See. Oh, I don't have a drill mounted, which I like to have available anytime I'm out and about in the Reach, so that we can take advantage of ours and Bronzewood. So, forgot to do that while I was in New Winchester. Carolon's foyer. I'll write a port report. Carolon Center. The overgrown shrine. I'll contemplate the shrine to reduce terror. The routine things. So, an angry member of the Neo-Nocturnals approaches you. The Brazen Brigade keeps interfering with our deliveries. How about you show those devils a thing or two? Perhaps at the spa of theirs, Carolon. They explain their scheme. It involves 7 caged catches. Carolon lies to the south-southwest of New Winchester. Beep. Your crew unleashes the foul creatures into Carolon's water. Screams echo through the halls. Unfortunately, the devils just smile, appreciating the assistance. The presiding deviless even gives you a bonus. This place does exist to torture people. It's hilarious. A little bit. It's a little funny. Yeah. I have a clear soul, but I'm not going to fix it. I am thinking that in order to gain a penance of indulgence, I either need to get that penance somewhere else that I'm not aware of. There's some other clutch of devils. Or I need to have some composite of poor qualities of my soul. Don't know the truth. I need to be holding a report of Caduceus to ask him about it. I should have thought of that before. I don't remember if I did ask him. About the state of my soul. It's not worth much in its present condition, he says plainly. Too flawed. I could cure you of all that if I had time, and if I cared, and if it were not just as easy to take any of a dozen other innocent souls in a better state of repair. Yeah. Same old dialogue. Let's see. The aunt still needs to go to Albion. I don't remember, where were the 2 rats? Journal, the Ratty Brigade. Chamberlain's absence. Learning about the Rat Brigade. Magdalene's or Palmier's and Plenty's. I have flown past Palmier's so many times. That's my own mistake. I could easily hire her on. I believe to complete the rats, it's Palmier's, Port Prosper, then out to London. So if I still need to sell off some captivating treasures and the like, I could pop back to London for that. I don't mind if I have to redo the rats plotline. If it means I can just get retired and be good and over with it. I think I've been working on wealth for more than long enough. I want to move on to a more intriguing plotline. Even if we wind up having to replay a number of other things. It's good to know that the phlegmatic researcher is just kind of a looping plotline with no definitive end. There were some worthwhile things along the way. Of course, Titania is under attack by bees, as it always is, and we will always lose some crew members to defend them. It's getting a little dry. Pay for the port repairs, it's always just 10 sovereigns. As long as we meet with them quickly, it's fine. It's fine. Right, smuggling prospects. There's your literature. And they will sell me ministry-approved literature as well, which we don't need. Stock back up on fuel, thank you. Please, invest. I don't want to. Now here, we can offload some things. Okay, I can actually donate my captivating treasures here. I'm going to get rid of both of them. The devils don't care. We're going to offload about 6 memories of moments of inspiration. This is getting to the end of things that are meaningful. But I can donate 5 sky stories about 5 times. Maybe a bit more. Let's do that 2 more times. Let's see. Visions of the Heavens can only be traded in once each. I can trade in about 5 of these. Maybe about 3 more. There's that dealt with. I'm gonna listen to death hymns because I'm very, very close to level 20. I'm going to stop in at Stain Rods. An export of Apollonian Cinders is a little bit more sovereigns, and I'm very, very close. Taking those things to Port Prosper will certainly get me the last of the money I need. I can do some exports while I'm at it. Get out of my way. Almost there. We don't leave honey behind. You've learned from your experiences. Give me some nectar, please? Or die trying? Sorry. Our final facet. Who are we? No, nothing here is different, terribly. A promise of days. We laid the foundation of London in toil. No skill improvements available. What is this? Ah! So, at the cost of experience, you can buy further improvements once you've completed your, facets. I did not know that. That's very helpful. Ah, I see it's got an indication there. Congratulations, your captain is now at level 20. You cannot gain more facets. You can still increase their abilities by spending experience on the facet screen. And let's see, that would be 40 times 3,000, so you have the opportunity to spend about 120,000 experience across improving your character's various things. 120,000 experience would be basically that last level up 6 times over. Nope, still going to lead bidders. You can't deter me with this. So that's good to know. Also, a blanket plus 10 across all of your stats over the course of becoming yet more experienced is very useful for hitting certain equipment benchmarks. I mean, at our current status, we were able to get 2 things very nearly up to 60. One thing is almost effectively at 65 after the bonuses from officers. I think it's reasonably clear that you can get 3 stats over 65 for tier 4 equipment. To get a 4th stat up that high, I'm not sure. much. Well, with that last bit of experience, it looks like we can't fail outright on getting nectar anymore. Hunting party. Aged catch, thank you very much. Auction of literature, I could maybe get some. In Albert's Idyll, take a quick trip into the reserve with the ornithologist. Capabilities inquest, base of research. Review the list. I didn't do that before, unfortunately. Okay. Back up a little bit. Base of research. Private project. Do you need anything more from me? Anti-Cinder propaganda. Many, many pamphlets. And at the loading bay. Port report. Export cinders. Very good. Do we care to make the stop in at Port Prosper? I think we can we might be able to finish without it, but we might need to. I need more than 1,000. Yeah, I think we'll have to take the trip to Port Prosper. But there's nothing singularly dangerous lying ahead of us or between us and our goal. So I think at this point, this captain will safely and comfortably retire. Anything left undone will be the responsibility of a future captain. Excuse me. New arrivals. Just listen in. Recruiting from the circus is always difficult. Quick port report. Oh, they need a moment of inspiration and careful munitions, so, That's my mistake. I would have had to bring that. Yeah. That will be mine, thank you. Alright. New Winchester Magdalene's Port Prosper. The exports, the prospects. Make a good bit of money. I wonder when it comes time to learn about the truth if I'll need to make a kind of nest egg run. Spend a few hours to get some things built up. I think before I start the new captain, actually, I will consider whether or not I should try to complete, what's it called? The Song of the Sky before I go after truth. I don't know what kind of benefits you get for having captains that are retired with different ambitions. But before embarking on something very lengthy like the truth, if there's any kind of baseline advantage I can get to my attributes, that would be very, very helpful. If it's just about having more starting stuff, it's less important, because we can acquire that stuff quite reliably. Here we go. Deliver Apollonian cinders. And deliver pamphlets about the dangers of Apollonian cinders. Repairs. And then at the bazaar, no prospects available, that's fine. Drop off the various things I've acquired, and it will be 3 munitions. I think I'll need a 4th. 7 consignments of bronze wood. There we go. I'll drop off a bit of supplies. I don't need that many. We've gotten good enough at murdering that we're just good enough at blowing things out of the sky that we're starting to accrue a bit more supplies than we set out with in a lot of cases. Because there's a lot of things that you can break down for supply while you're out and about. Victory Hall. Have some port reports. Thank you for the sovereigns. Ouch. 2 damage. It's good that experience is still valuable, since there are so many things that reward experience in decent chunks. Bit of a miss there. Oh, you great bloated thing. How tremendously unfortunate you are. Pillage their stores. I'm making my way to Port Prosper, so we'll rescue some surviving crew from the fire. Grabbing a couple mangled nameplates along the way is a good idea. A homestead. I don't care about seeds. Colony of ants. I don't think I'll be making another contact with the phlegmatic researcher, although once you've reached this point with the phlegmatic researcher, if you do a loop and you get a lot of the various things, he still pays somewhere between 200 and 400 sovereigns for every given object. And the fact that you can gather up to like 12 different objects, you can come back to him and get several thousand sovereigns after a good run of the Reach. Of course, once you've exhausted all of the Reach's plot lines, which I have, that's one of the few remaining profitable activities out here, is just repeating the scavenger hunt. I'm not sure how many times he'll let you repeat it. I'm assuming just ad nauseum. And one has to wonder if that's actually a more profitable opportunity, or activity, than just going back over to, what's it called? The Titan Under the Ice and taking Curator eggs. I'm not sure. Port report. Beyond's help with the Rat Brigade. Beyond is aboard in exchange for conducting an experiment. Sure, I'll buy some cage catches. Oh look, nameplates. I'll just do this for the terror reduction. Get a lot of terror reduction with that. And I'll pick up the mangled nameplate. Search the hold for a cache of curiosities. It should be souls. I don't remember how much favor with the parsimonious chairman you need for him to get you the next plot lead that he does. I've never gotten that far along with his request. I think there's one for him and one for Sweet Jane. That was very unceremonious. I'll just take the stomach in this case. You don't have to kill a bull cantankery for the stomach. But, oh well. Uncanny specimen. I'd like to take the Sovereign's choice for any of these that will give it to me. The Whisper wins. Better chance on that before, since I've equipped the Analytical Princess. Ah, more of these things. A little off target. Just get rid of it. I suppose precious stones would be the better option to take there. Colonized cantankery were a very, very rare occurrence when I first started sailing in the Reach. I'm not sure what affects enemy spawn rates in the game. I think after completing one ambition at least, I'll be willing to look up more about the systems of the game. I've been avoiding a lot of things like that. You never know what you'll stumble across as a spoiler if you troll around on the wiki. I ought to speak with the rats. They'll ask me to go to Port Prosper. I'm not expecting to put up with any kind of combat in front of me. Chart of illicit activities, thank you. No combat. Don't fight in front of the port. As I said before, I'm glad I can't run into me out here. I am unruly. Port report. Oh, well. I can just go into the factory. Now to find the lieutenant. Force my way in. Found the lieutenant. I've done all this before. Listen to the lieutenant. Done that before as well. Convince him to spare the lieutenant. 2,000 experience. A factory tour. Admire the factory. How good is my reputation with Westbender? embraced, or you would be were that not a terrible breach of decorum. At the bazaar, we're going to turn in munitions and bronze wood. That's actually profitable. The munitions was barely anything. Ooh, an auction on seized gemstones. I can't turn that down, even if it might delay my retirement. Which it won't, because I actually have enough money right now. Back at the Queen's Cross, we'll talk to the parsimonious chairman. Turn in all of these 4 sovereigns. That's 5 nameplates. Gratitude is up to 18. And now he has a further task. A lady on New Winchester has been an opponent of our work for some time. She complains that our factories rely on the labor of the unwilling. Obviously nonsense. Our workers are reimbursed for the services and celebrated for their toil. Now she lobbies the Assembly for aid. This will not do. He licks his lips. I have a delivery to the Round Table on New Winchester. He produces a slim vial of honey. Would you be willing? Sure. He smiles. It is like watching butter spread on a piece of toast. I'm told there's to be a rally near the Round Table. She has a penchant for stovepipes, ironically worn, of course, and wears a suit. Delivering a vial of honey to the Round Table. I wonder, what kind of untoward dealings are actually going on here. Isn't it quite something? It's unfortunate to be turning around on the Rat Brigade after getting all the numbers. I know that I could go out to London and get them upgraded. I'm not concerned about doing that. The Judicious Driver is fine enough for me. I think the fully upgraded Rat Brigade is plus 10 Veils, plus 2 either Villainy or something else. You always get the option to choose one of 2 affiliations, and you always increase something to plus 10. I think the thing you increase to plus 10 is always whatever they gave a plus 6 to before. Oh. Excuse me. Each of us just going on our way. On our merry little way. Circumstances for this captain turned out to be quite tumultuous, as a matter of fact. Oh, also, I want to see how this works. Just do this. Huh. Yeah. You just buy them. Oh, wait. Okay, yes. They're not shared improvements. It's always, yeah, fair. You can get up to 10 in every stat after completing the captain entirely. Very nice. Sure. I will trade munitions for bronzewood. That's almost doubling or tripling the value of the munitions themselves. I think it's about doubling, more or less. It's a solid transaction. Trade being as it is. So I think I'll do this thing for the parsimonious chairman and then more or less retire immediately afterwards. I wonder what this experience meter is actually comparing against. It looks like this experience meter is probably comparing against 20,000 as like a phantom number. Which I think is very far from an ideal presentation. Trade for a cache of curiosities. Seems good. Uncanny specimens aren't that good. Get some souls. No, just sovereigns? Ah. You cannot take curiosities, otherworldly artifacts. You can't take with you onto the next captain. Oh no, it's not curiosities. It's uncanny specimens. I feel like at some point, some of these tackety folks should raise a fuss about the fact that I keep blowing them up for money. It's just my mercenary spirit at work, you must understand. I could think twice about the parsimonious chairman's request, but honestly, the idea of a person wearing a stovepipe hat, ironically, does bother me. There's no point in gathering either of these things, because we cannot inherit them, and we can't liquidate them in New Winchester. We've arrived. A few things into the bank. We are suitably wealthy. We have quite a lot of possessions to be moved along here at the Wolvesy Station. I'm going to deliver this honey to the Round Table. The proprietress sighs as you make the request. All for peace again, I suppose. She pockets the honey and ushers you out. The ironical reformist emerges out of a back door on the Round Table to a chorus of cheers. She begins with a speech on the rights of man, the dignities of labor, promises made at the blockade. Amongst the firelight there are nods and murmurs of approval. Then she makes a mistake. She begins to speak of hours lost in green gardens on the other side of glass. Honey-mazed, the cry goes out. The crowd begins to disperse. They made her a little crazy. Though it looks like I'd have to return to Parsimonious Chairman to actually get some kind of profit on that. He didn't arrange me to be paid here. Bummer. Anywho, we shall host an evening of infernal splendor. An opportunity to grow closer to the devils. Your money goes on lavish invitations and brass decor, as well as the consultation and procurement of an expert on infernal tastes. When the evening arrives, your guests are greeted with infernal spectacle. Choirs sound out doleful anthems of long-ago victories, while fountains flow with wine and dark-eyed footmen serve honey and roses. Your guests mingle freely. A member of the Brazen Brigade finds common ground with a chorister from the Well of the Wolf. Carolon's presiding deviless shares wine with a rosebinder of Caduceus. All of them, united under one roof. Sharing your generosity for the first time in eons. They will share other things of yours in time. Tonight, you are, at last, one of them. You have an heirloom, a token of vast wealth. You donate your plucky Agravain class juggernaut to your chosen successor. You hope they can handle it. Your fellow academics will ensure the next captain in your lineage receives the benefit of some of the discoveries you made. Your Bohemian friends are eager to meet your successor. They have gifts. Your establishment associates will not forget you. Promise to keep an eye on your inheritor. They actually passed along my royal dispensation. Nice. As well as several cryptic benefactors. As a promise. Some of these actually I think are based on what I had. I didn't think that was the case. Although I only kept one vision of the heavens and I had something like 13. After subtracting their fee, Hallige's Bank arranges your successor's inheritance. You donate your, now slightly faded, chart. Fill in some of your chart. With your assistance, your successor will start out stronger and wiser than you did. Perhaps, one day, they will even surpass you. This would bring us into customizing the captain, which I'll get a very brief start on. I intend for the next captain to be a priest. You preached the word and brought the needs of the world before the church in intercession. But besides God Almighty, to whom did you answer? The new sequence? The Bishop of Southwark? Or your own parishioners? Sisyphus had it easy. He never had to contend with Mrs. Quigg. A bright-eyed sequencer, I think. Now, here's the thing. I don't know if I should be trying to accomplish fame before moving on to the truth. I think, you know what? It doesn't matter. We seek the truth. Ooh, mysterious. This character will be my Lord Terra, the third captain in our lineage. We will not be beginning on the truth tonight, nor will we actually select our facets. I will select facets and get to those things, as well as playing the first storylines, the next time I sit down. Looks like we've still kept our manual. It looks like that's always going to be inherited, which I'm quite thankful for. I also saw the judicious driver was waiting for us to arrive. Excellent. Thank you all for joining. This has been Jupiter Exile, and I hope we wander again soon. Good night. Ah. In splendor, she associated with devils throughout the realm, learned of their secrets, and gave away the captivating princess as their new queen. Ah, okay. Heirlooms. An heirloom possession, a token of vast wealth. Okay, so it gives us a new facet. So heirlooms give us a new facet. Origin, past facets, deeds, ambition facets. Yeah, so each of your choices will get you a soul wallet. If you accidentally match you shouldn't be able to match them either. All but one, a mentor has two sub options. Each time you level up, you're randomly given 5 facets to choose from, but the main facet you choose will be removed from the next level's selection. Okay, I see. So if you choose Scarred and an engine accident, the other Scarred facet will be removed from your options. Level 3. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So each of these origins has an affiliation facet. Academic. Priest has an hour in guess the main. Auditor. Oh yeah, that's right. That is a thing. Revolutionary. Existence itself is a chain. Yeah. Yeah. Lost love and a mentor. Mhm. Oh. So if you get up unaccountably peckish, you have access to Sunday dinners. That's neat. You ate your fill. Sheep, great game, Steen Soot, promise of days, seance, haunted. Spiriford. A settler, pestilence. Bell tolls, blockade, correspondent. Hmm. Devil you know, long arm. Okay. Facets taken over 12. Oh, long arm is one of the only things that gets you one of those things. Once you're past 12. Okay, deeds only be taken by having a certain accomplishment. Fall below 10 once to get narrow escape. Visit all four regions for far traveled. Esteemed predecessor is having another captain preceded you. Okay, so you can either take esteemed or disgraced, which is either establishment, academy, villainy, or bohemia. Okay, reputation smugglers can get you seasoned smuggler. Uh, Horological office can get you keeper of the clocks. Call of the Sea for Warlebury Juxtamar. Brazen Brigade, Heart Catchers. Okay, Brazen Brigade can get you an affiliation bump. Um, Heart Catchers can get you a Searing Enigma. Winters Reside can get you an affiliation bump. That is decidedly with villainy. And then you have deeds related to affiliation at 2 or more for each of the 4 affiliations. They all give you -1 nightmares. A jar with your death in it is the specific thingamajig, which gives you an affiliation bump. It's Bohemia or Villainy either way. Makes a slight adjustment. Mostly it pins an affiliation onto that, which means you do want to take the bell tolls. You do want to take the bell tolls and then jar it. It's a good idea to do. Your inheritance. So inheritance, you can either squander your inheritance for experience, or you can invest it for money. Got it. Interesting. Song of the Sky, you can take, gives you purpose for an extra experience, for an extra level up or removal of nightmares. Truth will get you a Crimson Promise or a Searing Enigma. And the Martyr's King Cup gets you some things that don't matter very much. Okay. So each of those options gets you a unique facet, and the biggest benefit of those facets is arguably that you get an instant level up, which honestly, in the scope of the game, is not crazy. There is nothing about the ambitions of your character and there's nothing about the ambitions you have successfully completed on a character that affect the heights that the character can achieve. Your character still caps out at a relatively similar spot. So your power cap on a captain, your power cap on a captain isn't really related. Your power cap on a captain is not really related to the in skies. In skies, completing ambitions is not a substantial difference in your character's power level. What you get out of completion, what you get out of the completion, is the option to skip a character level. The most important thing you get is the option to skip a character level, which is it's meaningful, certainly, but it's not a deal breaker. It's not big because you'll get that stuff anyway. You'll get that stuff anyway. You'll be fine. You will get that stuff anyway. You'll be fine. Not a big deal. Not that big a deal. Write this out differently. The fact that it's slipping away. There. Making this whole arrangement a bit less comfortable, which maybe goes without saying. Reason, but I somehow found out how to be comfortable here. So where the fuck is the mouse? God damn it. Something to lock up. Mouse is right here. Stop being responsive. There we go. Oh, okay. That's good. Huh.
Oh, foolproof carbonara. You said.
So carbonara, it's perspective. It's just bullshit, water, and fat. It's Parmesan, egg yolks, pork fat, traditionally from chopping or pork chop, and if I search ultimate carbonara, I actually start at that means it's botched, that it's pretty much like sauce and butter. That's the layer. For any carbonara, where it's like 2 inches, 12 inches each stainless steel and cast iron. It's important to cast it not be shallow. Why? So put the pasta in water. Yeah, you got about 2 inches of water and 12 inches still having salt and brings oil. Meanwhile, you start the guanciale off in a cold pan and slowly cooking so that its fat renders out even. Now, ideally, when you start cooking pasta, it has to make finished cooking. I did not do this, so I will be stealing 1.5 cups of precious pasta, water, and straight pasta, tossing it in oil, still covering and keeping it warm while we finish our bacon. Now, in the blender, we got our 3 egg yolks, 4 ounces of finely grated Parmesan cheese, all that kind of pasta, waters, hot.
Oh, I didn't realize that was close.
It's the string about a quarter cup of this fat into the running blender. Now, here you're going to see that's right. But I want to go start over. Like, wait a minute. What if, hold on. What if I just like put bacon? I'm not going to turn the blender in a second. I know liquid bacon might not sound super appetizing, but if you've got a powerful blender, it emulsifies it seamlessly with the sauce, making it ever thicker and creamier. Back then, we're leaving a little bit of fat remaining as we have our cooked pasta, along with our remaining reserved cup of pasta cooking water. Now, this recipe calls for a half pound of pasta. I think I overdid it a little bit, so I'm taking some out. The rest of it together for about 1 minute over low heat, then killing the heat entirely and keeping the pasta moving while I slowly stream in our blender bacon emulsion thing, which starts to thicken as it hits the residual heat of the pan, and then further thickens as it cools, much like normal carbonara, but it's super creamy and 100% foolproof and adjustable. So not only does this technique yield far and away the best carbonara I've ever had in my life, well, it's easier to prepare and harder to screw up, but it also affords us the opportunity to treat carbonara as a sort of base sauce from which endless possibilities and combinations become possible. In fact, I submit that with the right combinations of fats and waters, you can carbonara damn near. Start easy and make the vegan version of our carbonara. Standing in for our bacon, as is so often the case, is mushrooms. In this case, hen of the woods or maitake mushrooms trimmed at their bases, cut into bite-sized pieces, and then sauteed. But since they contain no fat, we need to bring our own from home. So we've got about half a cup of light olive oil here. That's high smoke point olive oil. Adding the mushrooms and sauteing until deeply brown, like 15 minutes. Once things are just starting to turn brown, now is a good time to add your pasta to your pre-boiled pot of water. Then by the time the pasta's done, you should have some nice, deeply browned mushrooms. Meanwhile, over in the blender, we are combining 1 tablespoon of red pizza paste, about a quarter, make it a half cup of nutritional yeast, about a quarter cup of the vegan egg replacement of your choosing. Then once the mushrooms are done cooking, it's the same procedure as before, slowly streaming in about a quarter cup back into the blender and setting aside. Back on the stove top, I'm finishing the mushrooms with about a half teaspoon of smoked paprika, toasting that around for about 30 seconds over medium low heat before adding the pasta. Ideally straight out of the water, just like this, so you have a whole pasta cooking more you could ask for. Again, about half fish adding to the pasta.
I need to swing by yours after tomorrow because you have all of my mustard.
Stringing about
I have your trust. You have my mustard.
blender as it runs. Then entire and as we do the pasta moving and pour in our vegan carbonara emulsion sauce. Season taste with salt, fresh ground black pepper. Try to lift and toss the pasta around just a bit, airing the sauce and maximize the creaminess. There you have it, a fully vegan carbonara that is every bite as good as a real carbonara. No bullshit. Yeah, obviously it doesn't taste exactly the same, but it's the same amazing creaminess and actually rich, savory flavor. So, and both this and the sitting there, and it's a little bit of warm water breaks what would normally be a concrete block right next to it. So now the real question what else can we carbonara? What about a straight up mac and cheese? It's really put this to the test and bring 4 ounces of people. This latest cheddar so I can get my hands on 4 to 6 years old. They're an appetite. It's similar. They kind of big instead of jolly macaroni instead of long pasta and sauce with fresh garlic. It's mustard, few dashes of hot sauce. I also noticed that I'm attempting to double batch with a pound of pasta. And it was only at this point that I realized that I had only made a batch size of sauce, so I only had half the sauce there. Nevertheless, the sauce still looked really creamy, even if there wasn't enough of it to save the batch. I decided to let things cool off a little bit and add another 6 ounces of bread and cheese. And my case was why not folding together so that the unmelted cheese was evenly distributed during it. And pivoting every so often with life to the best possible outcome from that situation. Mix together 2 cups of magnet breadcrumbs with about a half stick of butter and about 2 ounces each of grated Parmesan, cheddar, and white cheddar cheese. Because, as Thomas Jefferson used to say, cheese, cheese, cheese. I love cheese. I'm a cheesy boy. Top of our cast iron pan of mac and cheese with our cheesy breadcrumb mixture. Press it down flat, and show off its
Yeah,
stylish
so
fingers. We'll pop it over the floor.
I was already frustrated with Maddie because Donald stepping in today. I was already frustrated with Maddie because Donald stepping in to say, that's Donald stepping in to say that plus wisdom item should go to police is not. I don't think that has to be a fact. I don't think that has to be a fact. And so I don't think that I would imagine there's three. And then whatever happened between I don't imagine that. And I usually head over to hang out with those guys on Thursdays. And I usually go over there to hang out with those guys on Thursdays. And I'm usually looking at one anime or another. Watch and check out. Sometimes we watch other shows. Sometimes we watch other shows. We've watched like Solar Opposites, or whatever the hell else. We've watched things on YouTube sometimes, but I like for there to be kind of a focused, planned activity. So usually I will be looking for some kind of show I already know that I'm sharing because when I tell people to watch things, because often I tell people to watch things and they seldomly do. When I tell people to watch things, they seldomly actually watch them. When I tell people to watch things, they seldomly actually watch them. They enjoy them quite a bit. So we're watching Aparerama, and Donald's been enjoying the heck out of it. I think it's great. Maddie was hanging out for some of it, but apparently was telling Donald that voicing Donald very firm disapproval of the show that I was not privy to because she didn't bring it up when I was there. She didn't really bring it up when I was there. She made some kind of offhanded comment about not liking one of the characters. She made some kind of offhanded comment about not liking one of the characters. And apparently this translates to she doesn't like the show. She doesn't like the show and doesn't watch it. But she didn't bring that up when I was around or at the moment. Perfect capable of just walking out of the room. And thinking to that, it's like, okay, well, if she doesn't like it, she's perfectly capable of leaving the room. Perfectly capable of leaving the room. I didn't know that was perfectly capable of leaving the room. Also, we knew she didn't like it. We wouldn't try to plan around her schedule for whether or not we're going to sit down and watch it. If she had said, I don't like this, then
So normally when we're doing this, we try to make sure that I generally try to make sure that both Donald and Madeline can generally try to make sure that both Donald and Madeline are around for whatever we're trying to watch. Hang out with whatever we're viewing. It seems to me that that Madeline made a point to Donald that this show offends her or she doesn't like it because one of the characters because of the portrayal of one of the characters. I don't know what she would be. I think I could go for. I could go for. So the thing about it is, I don't know if I would be losing 17, or if I would be losing Donald and Will and Donald because of my escape. Make the mistake. I think I'm not going to make the mistake of assuming that it's for everybody. So I'm going to talk to them directly. Talk to them directly to say, hey, this is what I'm looking at, but I think you might have kids for this week. Um, this is what I'm looking at, but I think you might have kids for this week. It looks to me like some of the people who were really looking forward to this can't make it for the 24th. Some of the people who were really looking forward to this can't make it for the 24th. But I don't want to run this. Cannot make it for the 24th. If it's John, me, and we can probably put this on. If it is John, myself, and Taylor, I think we can put this on and do it, and it'll be fine. If it is John, me, and Taylor, I think we can put this on and it'll be fine. But we may need to recruit some co-conspirators from among the players in order to make it work. In order to make it work right. So it's not about that. The battery is fine. Maybe it's not. Items. Maybe the mouse itself is dead. Certainly, it's certainly been around long enough. I just don't know why. Yeah, it's much likelier. Huh. Okay. There's that. Get a new wireless mouse from work. There is Call the Night.
really don't care about a lot of this.
Yeah, that's exactly my point, though. That you don't care, but your lack of caring would still lead many to die. That's why I hate you.
Atomizing oneself away from one's biological instinct and alienating oneself from that sincerely what we want to do is
How are you? Wait. How are you alienating yourself from your biological instinct? One thing I respect is violence.
Hello, Bosch.
Howdy.
I wanted to have a very rare but with plan discussing.
Nope, I have no knowledge whatsoever besides somebody having characterized you as
Okay, so first I'm going to get with what is your for defining what's your definition of fascism?
So I'm generally of the opinion that fascism is an emergent characteristic of certain social and economic forces, and less so something that people pursue directly as a doctrine. But if I had to say it was like a doctrine, if we're using very strict language to describe its meaning, then yeah, like fascism would be like a class collaboration of the state, where the capitalist infrastructure is folded into the power of the state, and there's no like class antagonism is allowed to this force view of like an authoritarian leadership that provides hardcore populism, ethno-nationalism, xenophobia to propel their nation to glory that they once had. That's like that tends to be like the doctrinal elements. In Nazi Germany, the capital leaders were very well rewarded for their service to the state. They were granted many privileges by the party. They just wasn't something that was talked about much because it wasn't considered a success in the purview of economic performance. It was success that they were able to serve their state.
Hitler was shall I say, a politician of sorts. So he's able to balance socialistic rhetoric and capitalistic rhetoric in a way that he was dishonest in certain a lot of ways. I'd say fascist. Very fascist.
I'm a clown.
What makes fascism seem, and this ties back to a lot of Hitler's contradictory statements. We don't follow a direct left or right paradigm or any left or right system. This even, while we would be broadly described as social conservative, we don't. Our economic views veer more towards whatever is compatible with the conditions for the time.
Yeah, which is another way of saying you guys don't really give a fuck about anything except like elevating That's why like the points of doctrinal fascism are very difficult to nail down. Because fascist governments aren't consistent either. There isn't really like a hard like sentence. What's the definition of capitalism? Private ownership of the means of production. What's the definition of socialism? Public control of the means of production. The abolition of the commodity form. These are very easy definitions. But fascism is just this loose amalgamation of reactionary and authoritarian thought.
Not all fascists are racist. Not all of them are, culturalists or whatever you want to call it.
It's just a loose collection of ideas. It's
Not loose. But there are plenty of Marxists. For example, there's a theory by basically posted the idea of universal prostitution, right? There are any like communist associations that it's just an idea. But like a lot of those ideas, and then there are people on the left that also criticize them, right? There's a lot of, I wouldn't call it so much a fascist movement, as much of things I call it ideology, really, whole ideology that before being somewhat actually.
Yeah, it's like what does this mean to me? Like if my goal is to annihilate with debate and free marketplace of ideas, what does this degree of hyper specificity do for me? Because I feel like I'm always going to hit the same beats every time I talk about fashion, no matter what they call themselves. It doesn't matter what part of the world they're from. It doesn't matter what their ethnicity is. It doesn't matter what particular race they're a part of. It doesn't matter which country they're in right now. It always feels like they have the same
I'm just
basic.
saying that you're talking to someone who's an honest. I've actually gone. You're talking to someone who's honest.
Don't break your arm by fucking tripping yourself off. Okay, you're still a bad person. I do appreciate it.
well, yeah, I'm not denying that like the beauties of that person. I'm just saying that that's the views I described to myself. That's not trying to sugarcoat it, be honest. Well, like you say in your streams often that you're very honest about your interest and integrity about what you believe in. And I'm trying to be I'm trying to be very honest as well. What I believe in. We're not trying, but I am.
Okay, so well then here's my question for you. What would you do if the United States of America? Let's say that you have let's say that you had a political party with some indeterminate percentage support and you wanted to do something to the United States of America. What would you do? How would you make that? How would you back up?
Fascism instates a hierarchical order that is modeled based on culture. It's based on the belief that the group is ultimately the core aspect of what produces any sort of short-term within the nation. The group is the most important aspect. That's ultimately what's emphasized. We do not see, and such liberals fail to satisfy any of those hierarchical demands. It generally is associated with whenever there's like authoritarian, any sort of authoritarianism prevails in culture, it's generally associated with a renaissance. And what people need is when people are looking for fascism, they're looking for that renaissance again.
Okay.
Looking for that.
So what you would be interested in doing is taking advantage of a weak moment in democracy where people lose faith in the ability for institutions that already exist to solve their problems. You would try to sweep it and get yourself left with a popular basic idea that you would try to guarantee to imagine for glory. And then you'll do it by circumventing the degenerates and weak democratic systems that are failing. Then once you're in that position of power, you'll try to secure a national culture and then try to align the interests of the state with the American interests of the people. Is that right?
Yeah, I'd say that is a correct assessment of basically the process will occur. There's a little bit more depth, I'd say, but that is a correct basic assessment, I believe.
Why should we do it?
Actually doing that. Well, it's a complex question. I believe if we were to, the reason why we should approach in this way, or the collapse of democracy in this way, is because basically homosexuals theoretically would have to isolate some expressions and I'm trying to silly here, of course, but they have to repress some aspects of their homosexuality and maybe some other aspects of their associated sexualities because it's not so heteronormative state. That's absolutely
But then I have to bring us back to our original point. Why the fuck would any like gay person get romantic do this in America? Because I asked you, like, how do you bring up
because not every idea is that not every gay person would be sworn to their sexuality, and that's like.
do you think they're gonna stop being gay?
I wouldn't say they stop being gay. I just said they stop talking about it because it's not. If you're trying to cover wider social issues,
Why can't they just be gay?
can but at least
No, but with freedom of speech, like so they can just be loudly gay, like the way straight. It doesn't. That's the weird thing to me. It seems like a weird hill to die on because like gay people don't actually hurt society.
it's the overemphasis on sort of sexuality is silly to
We overemphasize heterosexuality in modern society.
It's heterosexual, but because heterosexuality produces kids,
Wait, the gay couples have kids.
can adopt kids.
Yes,
But they don't produce kids. Well, they don't produce kids.
also they can. It's a lesbian couple of their own system. They can have somebody else pregnant. That's not true.
Or it's that's alienated from that's alienated from the romantic action of creating. It's alienated from like the romantic action of a man and woman coming together and creating and fostering a child. That's because that's someone else coming into the equation.
What's wrong with that?
That isn't necessarily it's not necessarily like in the context
just seems so arbitrary. It'd be like saying like, hey, I am trying to like a boy, a guy, she's a girl, we're together, she's pregnant. I'm going to do a home birth because if I go to the hospital and a nurse helps pull the baby out of the pussy, that'll get another person involved. And that would disrupt the beautiful law of matrimony and childbearing. Like it's like really weird and arbitrary. What like what difference does it make? Like if it's a lesbian couple and somebody else's sperm with no case, they fucking you
I'm curious to think about that. I mean, I'm not trying to regress the point. I really don't fundamentally pick for all of this.
Yeah, but that's but I just want to say that's exactly my point though. They don't care, but your lack of caring would still leave many to die. That's why I hate you. It's because this argument you're making, at the end of the day, we can run in circles forever. It's your feelings. You're just getting grossed out by these people. And for the crime of them being unpalatable to you, like these people would be subjected to a state that would deprive them of their rights at best and murder them at worst. Like, and it's completely arbitrary. I've run through all these arguments. I could do it for you like forever if I wanted to. There is no moral justification for this except we don't like them. Fuck off. And like yeah, like I don't know, it's not a super compelling like civilizational stance.
So why do you feel that you can move me to anarcho-communism and the ideological basis behind what I'm saying is directly opposed to the ideas that fascism is all about completely replacing what are considered degenerative systems.
Yeah, just the issue that I have is that fascism is the ultimate degenerative system. Every time it takes root in a country, it makes the country materially worse until it inevitably collapses. Definitely.
What do you mean by materially worse?
Fascism invariably leads to a deterioration of the A, internal stability, B, the economy, and C, the geopolitical renown of the state.
Actually, consider fascism to be less acceptable corruption than socially liberal.
Yeah, because all the corrupt things are okay now. In a liberal democracy, it's corruption with like rulers. Well, wait, but that's the thing. Like, in my democracy, it's corruption for an elected official to put out a hit on like political people they don't like. In your system, that's just business as usual. So of course, there's less corruption because all the stuff that was corrupt before is now acceptable. But like, yeah. So with the economy, yeah, okay. If I want to like really bring this argument to the table, I'm gonna have to do a lot of research. But the war economy for Germany was fucking awful. They never actually recovered from the Great Depression. They just pretended to by like waging war and plundering and pillaging all the territories that they.
So, is going to interject there, or do you
Yeah, go for it. Like, but their economy was not domestically stable. War was the only thing that saved them.
No, hear this argument a lot, right? What actually happened is that inflationary policies occurred when they started overproducing in emissions factories tools for war. So the war actually caused economic downfall.
Now take that to war. Okay, listen. If we're gonna go over on this point, I would have to go do a bunch of research. I'm pretty sure that like if I did like an hour, I could find like very thin notes.
So the way that I noticed the way that you're approaching arguments and these arguments in general is you're approaching it from like a very third party stance. You're not necessarily taking your own ideological position. You're taking it from like a psychological, socio-psychological analysis.
Yeah. Fascism.
So that's something very effective. But I mean, it's just not really helpful. But there's no way of analyzing.
I don't know.
Okay. That's not a mental lesson. The DSM-5.
Hey, listen, the DSM-6, we're gonna get it in there, okay? No, seriously, like every fascist thing, it's usually like a fear and anxiety, a feeling that
There's actually no fear, anxiety, or entitlement to feel. I mean, you could argue.
But wait.
It's motivated. It's motivated somewhat.
You're willing to facilitate state persecution of homosexuals, or you still provided no reason.
I'm saying that LGBTQ people have always been a minority.
Well, yeah, because there are less gay people and straight people, right? I mean, that's the society. Back in Rome, there were way more fucking people fucking around than there are in 1950s.
It was because what people were expressing themselves doing it. Because the average Roman person was just like, hey, I'm gonna go butt fuck this guy in the street. There's more done in the interest of, say, expression.
The evidence seems to indicate that people's sexual preferences are in large part informed by their environment. Living in a society might literally lead to their being less stable and inspired.
Itself, the hierarchy
Oh,